up in knots. Karma keeps me cautious, and bourbon keeps me brave.
Hey everyone, as always, Dylan Miller Prospecting. How's everyone doing today? Let me go catch up on chat. There we go. Live chat. Donna, thank you for being here. Earliest one. I appreciate it. And thank you for being a mod. Vendetta Prospecting. How's it going, brother? Hopefully everything's been doing good. Hopefully you enjoyed the long weekend with your kids last weekend. Gentleman Prospector, how's it going? David Desautel, thank you for joining the show. Appreciate it. Refotris, how's it going? And I apologize for the last video, Refotris. I kept saying to myself, show the garnet, show the garnet, show the garnets. And then once I finished panning it and moved on to the next one, garnets were out of my head. David Danduran, thank you for joining the show. Shane Prothera, how's it going? Casey, how's it going? Slaku? I apologize if I butchered your last name. Brian Phillips, how's it going? Chris W. Matthew Phelps, how's it going? Well, yeah, sorry you can't watch. Work always does that. I don't know when I'm going to get to your Paydirt. It's probably going to be later. Since yours is a big bag of Paydirt, I want to save it for a while. Stephen LeBlanc, how's it going? Knights 880, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. JNV Rockhounding, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. KC Sarang, how's it going? Wheezin' Geezer, thank you for being here and being a mod. Package Total, and anyone I might have missed, I apologize. I think I got everybody. Let's pop open the chat. Figure today won't be as busy because people will have to be popping in and out because I do plan on panning for a long time today, so we'll see. We'll see how long I can last, how long my back can hold out, my hands can give out, but I can always take breaks, so that's good. But all right, let me pop up chat. I'm having issues today, so if you watched my last Tuesday live show, I was having issues because my computer definitely wanted to update, and it did want to update, but unfortunately, I guess I had clicked something at some point in the fact. My computer updated to Windows 11. So now everything is different on here. I'm not hating Windows 11 so far, but it's just because I don't use this computer except for my live shows and to shoot videos. But everything is moved around now. So I can't find anything on my laptop when I need to find it. So Prospector Jason E. Miner, how's it going? Lunch break. There you go. Dragons AU Prospecting, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. Let me change that to live chat. There we go. Getting all your panning stuff. There you go. Pan along with it. No. And yes, today is National Suicide Awareness Day. So I know it's not a great thing to talk about and stuff like that, but I did lose both my older sister and my younger brother to suicide. So it does have a lot of meaning to me. It just so happens that today falls on a Tuesday, so I figured I could spend some time, And one of the easiest things I think people can do, it's always hard to know what somebody else is thinking, but just randomly texting someone. I mean, we all have a contact list in our phone, and if you haven't talked to someone in a while, you can always just send them a text saying, hey, how's it going? That's it, Just so people know that somebody's thinking about them always probably means a lot to them. So I will say about 2 months ago, I thought it was really great. John from Wrenches Repairs and Prospecting, just out of the blue, sent me a text. He's like, oh, I had a bad feeling about people. Something bad was happening. So I'm texting everybody to make sure everyone's okay. And I thought that was really cool. And unfortunately, I don't do that enough. But, I think everyone does. I know HD Shovel Ed likes to call people and check in on people a lot. So it's always good. Just, there's somebody on your contact list that you haven't talked to in a while, haven't seen how they're doing, just send them a message. So I got to do this thing. So there we go. we'll have to see how my eyes hold up too. Because if I stare at stuff for too long for the with my readers on, my eyes start to bug me. So I'll probably like after every bag take a 10-minute break or something like that. Let me see. Ozark Buck, what's up, Bradley? How's it going? Sorry I missed you for a second, trying to keep up with the people who are posting stuff for the giveaway. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Donna. Yeah, it was not the best situation to ever go through, and losing 2 is kind of rough, I don't talk about it a lot. It was something, that happened, and, probably won't talk about it much on here either. So, but I did lose both my older sister and my younger brother. Both did have issues with substance abuse as well. So, that's always a bad sign, but you just never know. If someone would have reached out to either one of them just on that day, maybe things would be different, so that's why, I think it's really important that people, pop in and just, send a text to somebody every once in a while and say, hey, how's it going, brother? How's it going, sister? Or how are you today? Are you having a good day and stuff like that, Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much. It's way too kind. That's way too kind. That's way too kind. So yeah, so today we're going to do a lot of panning to, in memory of people I've lost. I know a lot of people, when I posted this on Patreon, had people they lost. We all probably know somebody that's, left us way too early due to suicide. So, it's, it's something to do. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do panning with it is because when I became disabled about 10 years ago, it was pretty depressing, from going from somebody. I mean, I used to work, and I used to work a lot. I liked working. I might not like the places I worked all the time, but I did enjoy working. I mean, I used to work at bars, and I always worked at restaurants, and I typically would work more. And most of the places I worked at, the later part of my career bartending was usually as a beverage manager, where I was salaried. So I didn't need to work 12 and 14-hour days all the time. And I liked to work. And even when I went home, I had my side hustles with, selling things on eBay, or, I had a couple little websites going and stuff like that. I always had my hustle. I always liked to work and stuff like that. And when you get disabled, it's not that you're retiring or anything like that. It's being told you can't work anymore. You can't work anymore. So it was kind of depressing. And that's when I found out about panning gold. So that really took my mind off of everything. It gave me a new hobby, something to focus on and stuff like that, which then went to making this channel, doing reviews and things like that. So, I really love panning. I know some people, not everyone's going to like gold panning. Some people prefer going out and prospecting, but if there's something you like, then that's what you should do, something to take your mind off of the bad stuff in life. So, yeah, it does. It's just like, a lot of people say you're just being lazy or stuff like that. But I mean, I've had 3 very major knee surgeries. I'm getting ready to have a 4th. I will have to have 2 to 3 major surgeries on my shoulders and then my hips and things like that. So, it gets pretty, daunting when, you can't do anything. So, everyone should find a nice hobby and things like that, and mine just so happens to be panning. I typically do a Tuesday live show, and today happens to be National Suicide Awareness Day, so I figured I might as well. David, thank you very much. You're way too kind, and everyone's being way too kind. I think, like I said, I think if anyone wants to do anything for me today, I think texting someone out of the blue that you haven't talked to in a while, someone on your contact list, that's not me, because I'll be doing a live show. And just check up on them and see how they're doing. So, Mine's my back and now my left shoulder. Yeah. So it's all my joints are bad. And I'm not gonna complain because getting my knees replaced and even though the replacements aren't working as good as they should be, and I'm having to have follow-up surgery and stuff like that. At least the major joints that I'm having issues with are fixable to a degree. I do get problems with my hands, but there's no finger replacement, joint replacement. If your hands get so bad or your ankles, your toes, they just fuse them. They just fuse your bones together. So, luckily my hands haven't gotten to that point or close to that point. I don't think it'll happen until, in my 70s and stuff like that. So I'll take a shoulder replacement, a hip replacement, knee replacement over, some of the other things. So, oh, you're back. Well, thank you for coming back, Ozark Buck. I appreciate it. So today we're going to be panning out a whole bunch of Paydirts, and I have a whole bunch more on the shelves of wonder if I happen to run out. The first thing we're going to pan out is, you can't really see it, but this is some material I got from MJIRL Only Pans. I'd gotten a 1 gram bag of Paydirt from her, but the bag busted, and I asked her to send me a bag, and she wouldn't do it. She's too busy. So we're just going to pan it out. I got tired of looking at a busted bag on my shelf, so we're going to pan that out. We got a huge bag in from Matthew Phelps, so this is a really big one. So this one should take us a while. And that's Thermal City. So yeah, so he got this. This is actually Thermal City Paydirt. We're going to be going through that at some point today. I have a couple bags of Wisconsin Paydirt that I got from Paul Phelps. We have some on the shelf as well. I have a bag from Ozark Bucks, Bradley. MCD 15 is an eBay seller. We'll go through that. And I have a bag from Mike over at Gold Nugget Sales. And Donna, thank you very much. You're way too kind. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. You're all way too kind. Just the fact that everyone showed up today, and a lot of people showed up to watch the show, I appreciate it. That's it, Steven. I will say, as much as me and my ex-wife don't get along now, I will say she more or less supported me while I was going through my disability. So she helped a lot during that time. So, I appreciate that, Don't appreciate everything, but again, so what we're going to do is we're going to do some panning. We'll probably start panning in like 5 or 6 minutes. I don't want y'all to have to look at my face too much. It's mostly about panning, relaxing, and giving people time to, again, like I said, reach out to somebody, send somebody a text. No worries, Casey. No worries. I mean, I can't, I've been wanting to do this show. I was going to do it last year. And last year I was going to do it as, originally my concept was last year I was going to do this, but September 10th fell on a day that I would have had my kids. And I didn't, it's hard to come down here for 8 or 9 hours. So originally what I was going to do is try to do a 24-hour stream and bring in some other live shows. So I could do it for like 4 hours. Somebody else would do it for 4 hours, and we'd switch to somebody else for 4 hours, and we'd all rotate. But it got to be too hard to figure out how it would work and things like that. So it got too late, so I gave up on it. And then this year I didn't even realize it until I happened to have an appointment. I had an appointment from a doctor today that got canceled. And just when I happened to Google September 10th, I typed it in the wrong place. And it showed up today. I said, well, that's fortuitous. I no longer have a doctor's appointment. I always stream on Tuesday. I might as well do something to, help bring awareness to today, which is National Suicide Awareness Day. And, hopefully it'll help, even one person just go and send a text to somebody. So there you go. So, but yeah, hopefully, it might not, but we'll get some panning. And like I said, I love panning. It's the thing that takes my mind off of everything else in the world. So Jose, how's it going, Jose? How have you been doing? Hopefully everyone's doing okay. And just know that, there's someone out there that's thinking about you, so. And if not, and like I said, if you ever need something, You can't always reach out to 988. You can text 988 or call 988 and they will help. So thank you very much, Wesley. Thank you very much, Wesley. I appreciate that. And Wesley and Jason from Flower Gold Wizards did donate a prize for today. If you're a Patreon member, you will have to go to Patreon to see the rules. There's some stuff on Patreon that you must post. I also randomly at some point today, I don't know how or when I'm going to do it. I am going to be giving out 2 bags of High Grader. These both have half a gram in them. These were donated by Mike over at Gold Nugget Sales to give away during a show. And I decided since I'm going to be here a long time, might as well give them out today. So, Tom Hensley, thank you for joining the show. Appreciate it. And see, it's things like that. It's Stephen, that's really rough, And I know, like, I'm gonna do this show, and I'm gonna keep telling people to text people randomly. A lot of times, there's just nothing you can do, but you never know. If it's like 5 minutes before, if all of a sudden they got a text from somebody saying, "Hey, how's it going? What you doing?" They might get in a conversation with you, and it might delay it a day. Then something might change that next day that will make it not happen. Awesome package total. I know I was supposed to yesterday look up everyone's tracking number to make sure everything got delivered, and I kind of started doing stuff with this and got boxed in, so I forgot. Yeah. I am so not used to this Windows 11. Hold on. Well, there you go. I was getting ready to check to see what Nightbot was doing, because he didn't look like he was working. There we go. All right. Dragons AU prospecting. Yeah, that's one of my problems is a lot of people I knew, have since moved on or, But like I said, there's always a contact in your phone, even if it's not them. You never know. Maybe their numbers changed and you just so happen to randomly text some random person and ask them how their day is, and maybe it'll help, Again, like I said, I thought it was really cool. A great thing when John from Wrenches just reached out to a whole bunch of people just to see that they were doing okay, because they had a bad feeling. So let me check. Yeah. So, and with the giveaway that's going on from Flower Gold Wizard and Wesley that I'm doing it, I might miss somebody's name, and I apologize for that. Trying to keep up with chat, flipping from different screens to different screens. I will when we do that. I will ask if anyone's missing, but if I miss you, I really apologize. There's just nothing I can do about it. Again, this is going to be a 6 to 8 hour stream, and I know not all of you are going to be here the full 8 hours. So if you post what you're supposed to post in the live chat and I miss you, I really apologize. It'll just be one of those things where I miss you and you didn't get the chance, and, I apologize. So. Wesley, the hashtag is, what's the hashtag for the stream? Well, people, if you're asking why people are posting that, those are the Patreon members for the Low Flow Sluice. If you're asking what the link is for the live stream, I don't know. I could get it if that's what you're asking. Yeah, Coos Canyon is supposed to be a good place. I'm sure you'll have fun. Heath and Dottie, Hip Bees. Hippies is one that I'd like to go panning with, to go exploring with. Hippie looks like they're fun, I always enjoy hippie explorers videos, so. But all right, let's start panning. And again, after each Paydirt, I probably will take a break. I will have to be refilling coffees, getting snacks, and things like that. And I am not a morning person. I will let everyone know this is not my perfect time for streaming. I tend to be very slow in the mornings. It takes me a while to unwind and things to stop hurting as much. So I'm not a morning person. I'm a little slower in the morning. I waited to have my first cup of coffee till now because I probably figured I'd drink way too much of it today. So it's going to take me a little while to get the hang of everything, but we'll see. Yeah, you don't want to take. I mean, you could do it anyway. I won't put you in, but you could do it anyway just because, someone might see it. So. But all right, we're going to start panning. We're going to open up the panning cam. And we're going to start panning. And again, we're going to start with only pans Paydirt. This is a 1 gram bag of Paydirt. I'm just going to dump all the gold into one pan at the end of the stream today. We'll show off all the gold we found. I'm not too worried about what I find. The only one that I will kind of keep track of is the high grader, because that will be going towards Patreon members in the future. I want to make sure I keep the high grader separate. Never been a morning person. Yeah, I've never been, because like I said, I bartended for, the vast majority of my life was bartending and things like that. And you tend to be up till, 2 in the morning. So, But Refocus, did you ever go through the diamond bag? Oh no, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Oh no. I mean, I wake up when my kids are here. I wake up at 6 a.m. I bring my son, make him breakfast, bring him to school, but then I go right back to bed until like 9. So, I'm like a 9, 10 o'clock person. So, just how I. I'm just. It'll probably, one of these days, I'm sure I'll just switch over. So. But all right, let me shrink down my ugly mug. We're going to go. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, just make sure you send me a message and let me know. I still have the other one. I don't know why I just didn't send you both of them. We'll have to see. If you go through that one, if you find everything, maybe I'll have to go through mine. So, but all right, let's shrink down the ugly mug. And we'll go to the panning cam. There we go. So give me a second to move everything around. There we go. That's awesome. Thank you, Refocus. Thank you. So, all right. So here we go. This is a Paydirt we're going to be going through right now. Let's slap some gloves on. At some point today, I'm sure I'm going to get sick of wearing gloves and we will ditch them. But for now, we'll wear some gloves. Cut down on the chance of infections. All right, package total. I expect a lot of people just to be popping in and out, working, lurking, things like that. And I appreciate every one of you who does show up and is here. So know that. All right, let me find my live show. There we go. Hey, Alan, how's it going? Thank you for dropping in the show. I appreciate it. All right, so troubled one. How's it going, brother? How you been doing? All right, doesn't look too bright, does it? We'll see. We can always dim it down. Let's see. Yeah. So there's not a lot of material in this one. This one, I think it's going to be all fine gold though. So we'll have to see. No, maybe not. Maybe this one. Hey, Ortiz, how's it going? Hopefully you've been doing well. TM, how's it going? Knights 880, thank you for joining the show. Appreciate it. And hey, TM, the reason we're doing an early show and a long show today is because today is National Suicide Awareness Day. And I just wanted to pan out some today and keep reminding people, having Nightbot reminding people that, it's, if you feel like you need help, if you're having issues, you can always call or text 988. And if you're not, and you think you know someone that might be, or just on random, is to just send random people a text, not random people, but just people out of your contact list. If you haven't talked to someone in a while, just send them a text. Just say, hey, how's it going? You never know when just that little bitty thing might, save someone from doing something horrible. And, Julie, thank you very much, Julie. That's way too kind. Everyone's been way too kind. Wesley, thank you very much. Way too kind. And again, nobody needs to send anything to me. If instead you want to just send somebody a text, like I said, reach out, look in your contact list. Somebody might not have talked to in a while. And just send them a text saying, hey, how's it going? Chris W., thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to need a lot of coffee today. I made sure I put everything right by the coffee maker so I didn't have to because they're not close to each other. I was got to keep everything right there. Made sure it was full of water. I even cleaned it out this morning, just made sure it was super clean. So, But yeah, so yeah, if you ever need, and if you have insurance, one of the things is most insurances will cover inpatient care. Now, and obviously, that's a little extreme, but if you're just not feeling well, go. After my divorce, I guess it was 5 years ago, about 5 years ago, I was having a really rough time with it. Just, because the loss of being able to be with my kids all the time. That was just, not only was I disabled and staying at home all the time, and I was seeing my kids every single day, from morning till night. I was always with my kids. It was really, really rough on me. So, right after my divorce, I think 3 or 4 months later, I was having an issue, and it was getting close to Christmas. So I just went and checked myself into a local hospital, spent a week there. And I will say it's not the funnest of times, but, some of the stuff they said really made sense and really resonated with me and really helped. So, and I didn't have to cook for a week, My kids were happy that they knew I was, getting help I needed and stuff like that. So, There you go, troubled one. Yeah, I mean, if your insurance will pay for it, and in most cases, like with mine, my insurance didn't cover it 100%. They did not cover it, but my insurance did let me go in. So I could go in. They weren't going to kick me out or anything like that, and they were just going to send me a bill later. It wasn't very much. I think it was like $300 bill that I paid over a couple months, but it was, the alternative was much better. And it, like I said, they really, a lot of the stuff that they say might not make, because a lot of it was the one I went to, focuses a lot on military personnel and people that were drinking or doing drugs and stuff like that. And that didn't really work with me. I don't have an alcohol problem or a drug problem. So you go into classes for that really don't help. But some of the stuff they said did, and that's what's important. So, Alaskan Assassin Adventures, thank you for joining the show. And you win something good, David? What'd you win? And I apologize if I miss anything in chat. Anybody, I'm trying to pan and keep up with chat. So, put some gold in there. Work this down a little bit more. Yeah, the one I went to did do partials. I mean, most places do, where you'll get the option of either being, admitted 100% of the time for 7 days minimum, or they do have ones that do like the inpatient outpatient. I was just having issues, and they told me that inpatient would be better, so that's what I did. But again, yeah, if anyone's having any problems, you can, one of the things I did do before I went was I did text the 988 number, and it's just texting with somebody, you know, and then I was like, well, I'll just go there. How many bags of dirt do you have today? Well, right now I have this one. I have a 3-pounder of the high grader. I have about a pound of dirt from an eBay seller. Miker 15. He's probably one of my favorite eBay sellers. He donated a bottle of Paydirt. I have a huge bag from Thermal City. I'm guessing 10, 15 pounds from Thermal City. I have about 5 pounds, 6 pounds from Paul Preston, one of my Patreon members. That's all from Wisconsin. A 1-pound bag from Bradley at Ozark Bucks. So I have a couple, and then I have a whole bunch on the shelf I can always dig into. I have a Maze 6 from eBay. I probably have a 5-pound bag of his material. So, you know. Hey, Bierman's Gold Prospecting. Yeah, that's it. I mean, like I said, I know a lot of people, have time in their day, and it's, even if they don't reply, just sending someone a text saying, hey, how's it going? Hopefully everything's okay. I do that every once in a while to people, and, a lot of times they're busy because I'm not. During the middle of the day, I'll send somebody a text and they're working, and they'll say, oh, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. And that's it. And that's all the conversation goes. But at least they know, somebody thought about them that day. So, hey, Tim, thank you for joining the show. Thank you. Jacob, no worries, no worries. I figured people are going to be in and out all day because of work. But thank you for popping in. I really appreciate it. Let me go. No. Mm. Well, I appreciate you watching, Casey, and I appreciate everyone who pops in today and comes in during the chat. I appreciate you all a ton. If I miss you saying something in chat, it's not I'm ignoring you. It's I'm panning and trying not to lose too much gold. Yeah, the suicide rate goes up every year almost. So it's, I mean, a lot of it has to do with, things like social media. More people know about things like that and stuff like that. So we also need to, I think, days like today are really needed because then you can, not only let people know that they're, the negatives, but the positives. Like you can just reach out to someone and say, I need help. You can text. I know a lot of times people don't want to call somebody. Like when I was really, really depressed after my divorce, my not being around my kids, I didn't want to call somebody and listen to somebody and talk to somebody. So I just used their text feature. You know, you don't have to give them your address or anything else like that. You can give them a fake name if you want, but it just, gave me something to text and just, blurt out some stuff. And then, that didn't seem to like it was working. So I was like, well, I'll just go check myself in. So. All right. And yeah, holidays are the worst. That's like I said. When I checked myself in, it was in December, about 5 years ago. And I still will say, Christmas is probably still one of my least favorite holidays now, just because of that. Because I generally don't have my kids, for Christmas. So it's just the shared custody rules for Christmas are just horrible. I just really dislike them. But there you go. A lot more gold. So got some good gold so far. And again, we're not going to weigh up any of this gold or do anything with this gold. It's all just going to keep going into one pan and just adding to it over the day. The only gold I will separate will be, again, the high grader, just because it's high grader gold. I would do the LXR. I would do the LXR because, giving a shout out to LXR, I know he was, having some issues and stuff like that. I mean, I reached out to LXR about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, because I just hadn't heard from him in a while. And I was like, how's it going? Making sure, checking up on you. So, and LXR is a great guy, absolutely great guy. So, and little LXR. So, I do have a bag of little LXR on my shelf. So, the Clash, we both know you're not. Yeah. No, the black poison bag, that one will take you a while too. I have a black poison bag on my shelf, but I think that's going to be for the Christmas giveaway. So the plan is to go all the way till my typical time of 8 o'clock tonight. After each bag, I am going to take a break, go lay down for like 5 minutes, just so my back doesn't give out on me today, and give my hands a break, my eyes a break. So, but I do plan on it. Now, whether or not that happens, who knows? In an hour from now, I might be crying and just have to go. But, for now, that's the plan. I didn't want to start at 7 and say I was going to go 8 hours and only go an hour. So I figured, and no worries, voice text. I'm used to voice text. And I'm used to everyone misspelling my name. It's okay. I know who you were talking to. Oh yeah, if you win a bag from Clutch, there you go. Did you actually win it from Clutch or somebody else? They'll need bathroom breaks, yeah, things like that. Yeah, that's what I said. Typically I don't eat a lot during the day. I typically just gorge at night. I'm a night eater. It's another, again, one of the problems with, not being a morning person is you tend to eat later. But I'm sure I will need snacks and things like that. So, which unfortunately I didn't really buy anything. I didn't buy anything that was like, oh, let me just go get some, finger sandwiches or something, or even bread to make peanut butter jelly sandwiches. So I might have to throw one of my son's pizzas in the oven at like, you know, later in the day and remember to go before my smoke alarm goes off. Brought bottles. How do you think I filled the sink? Eventually I'll need to refill the sink, right? And at some point today, I do figure I will have to empty out this sink. I will have to clean it a little bit and fill it up again. So I did prepare extra 5-gallon buckets full of water because some of this stuff, like the high grader, I know is going to really choke up the water with um, floaties and organics and things like that. The thermal city will probably destroy the water. So I'm trying to save the ones that I think will wreck the water till later. So we'll have to see. I don't think this one, obviously this one, the water's just as clean as we started. The Micro 15 will probably do next because I don't think it'll destroy the water. So, might have been paid by a viewer, so he gave away a sponsored bank. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, yeah. I did see. I will say, and I've got nothing against Clash. I'm not a fan of his Paydirt, but that's that means nothing. Um, as a person, I think he's a good content creator, but I did see he's making a slight resurgence. He has put out like 3 videos in like the last 2 weeks. So I'm wondering if, like that 3 million view video is starting to not get views or paychecks anymore. And that he's coming back or he just got bored and, he's starting to put out videos again. But I did see he did a review on Tom's Gold Dirt. He did a video about a nugget he found. And what else did he do? He did something else I saw. But I saw he has been putting out a little bit of content, which is surprising. Or maybe his Paydirt slowed down. Maybe his Paydirt sales have slowed down and he's trying to, get his name back out there. Because, it's his Paydirt isn't going to sell itself with just, his ROIs. I think he needs, like, his fans to buy his Paydirt. No. Well, I'm glad everyone else has stuff to snack on. I didn't think like that. I try not to buy unhealthy or just snacks that, aren't good for me or I'm fatting up as it is and I seem to keep getting fatter. Um, but I do have like my son stuff. My son has a stash, of chips and pizza, so we might have to do that. And that's so awesome of you, Donna. That's so awesome of you. And yeah, if I didn't have my kids, I would be 100% vampire hours, 100%. The only reason I don't is because my kids make me wake up to take them to school at 6 a.m. So, but my son only has this year and 2 more years high school. So I've got about 2.5 years. Then after that, I ain't waking up early. I do have some granola bars upstairs, but like I said, most of it's going to be. Like I said, typically I don't eat until after 7 o'clock. The hunger thing isn't going to be the issue. It's going to be my hands holding out and my back and my eyes. So I know, Weezen. Heard you tell me some of the stuff you feed your dog. So I just snack all day. Yeah. But like I said, you know, I've been trying to lose weight for 5 years now. Sometimes I lose a whole bunch, then I start snacking or something else. You know, it gets to be Christmas. See, my problem is I will lose weight, and then it starts to get holidays, and I gain weight. But being sick for a month, like I was with the Timu zombie flu, I gained probably 10 pounds just eating comfort foods for a month because I didn't feel like cooking anything. And now we're getting close to the holidays, so I'm gonna have to find like 0-calorie turkey. Package of Oreos and a tall glass of milk. Oh, I do have Oreos. I do love some Oreos. Oreos are good. I personally prefer Chips Ahoy and milk, but you know, I will eat an Oreo too. My kids prefer Oreos, so that's why I keep those. And I don't know, I'm gonna have to after we pan this one out or before we get to the fine stuff. Oh, there you go. I was about to say Nightbot seemed to be not doing his job, so wear a coat at all times will cover up a few pounds. Yeah, it's why I like winter better than summer. You know, when you're overweight in the summer, it's just miserable. You just, the second you walk outside, you start sweating. In the winter, you can walk outside in a t-shirt, you know, being overweight helps you, you know. And if you want to go out and be in public, you can say, okay, I can put a, you know, coat on and no one will know. Chips Ahoy does do gluten-free now. Yeah, I don't need to eat gluten-free. I do not like gluten-free. Gluten-free is not very tasty. I just need less calories. I used to have to eat a lot of that gluten-free stuff and cook gluten-free stuff, and oh man, that stuff is just, I like my gluten, so. The dog does, TM. And when he eats something good, the dog gets some too. He has steak. Dog's eating steak. Yeah, I will say gluten, a lot of this stuff, even vegetarian stuff, over the years, all that stuff does taste so much better. So growing up, I grew up vegetarian, and let me tell you, stuff did not taste as good back then. You know, like for they used to do like tofu, tofurkin, I think it was called. It was like a tofu turkey. Oh, I think it was just horrible. It was just horrible. You just pour ketchup on it and ketchup on it, and it still would taste horrible. Mustard on it, it did not matter. Those things just were horrible. And the old like veggie burgers were so horrible. It was just oh my god. Black bean burgers and all those things were horrible. And gluten was horrible, but nowadays they're not so bad. Like you can eat an Impossible burger, and to me, I can't tell the difference really between it. You know, especially if you go to like the Burger King burger and the Impossible Burger King burger, you can't taste the difference. And some of the gluten stuff isn't bad. You know, it's just like when I home cooked it, and then again, you know, I didn't have to cook it that often, so yeah, that's it. Vegan stuff is just that's just people that don't want to eat. They just want to get soup. If they tell yourself, I'm going to be vegan, you know you're going to be 90 pounds. That's it. And still, I dislike fake meats. I mean, I would still rather have the real thing, but you know, some of them are still really bad. I forgot what it was. I accidentally bought something one day. I don't know. It was like fake chicken nuggets or something, and I made them, and oh my god, they were horrible. All right, Chris. Thank you for popping in. Really appreciate that. No, it wasn't real turkey. It was like tofu turkey. It was a vegetarian turkey that they used to make in like the 70s and 80s. It was just this weird brown thing that had no meat in it. It was supposed to taste like turkey. It didn't taste like turkey. It was just the absolute horrible thing. So, and Chris, I appreciate you popping in during your lunch break. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone that's here today. Make sure at some point today you reach out to somebody, you send somebody a text just to see how they are, what they're doing. If you're, having issues or problems or feeling depressed and, unwanted and, you know, reach out to somebody else, or, you can always text or call 988. You can always go to a hospital and just go to the ER and just tell them you're not feeling well. Hey, John R., how's it going? How you been doing? All right, I think we're down. Just the itty bitty stuff. So here we go. On your way to work. There you go. All right. I'm doing good. I can't complain. It's early. I'm not a fan of being up early or doing stuff. I don't mind being up early. I would just much rather right now be, you know, laying around doing nothing. But, good cause today. I forced myself to get up, and I can't complain yet. TM, I did, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. My kids for a while would flip flop between being vegetarian and not vegetarian because of their mother. So, if they're vegetarian at her house, I would try to be vegetarian here. I didn't want them to, be biased and, I want to go somewhere just because of the food. So me and my son did get it a couple of times, and it wasn't bad. It might have to do with the fact that they smother it in ketchup, but it wasn't bad. Like I said, me and my son did one time get the Impossible Burger and the regular burger, and we cut them in half and both tried them. They weren't bad. I don't know how good one of those Impossible Burgers would stack up on, your home grill compared to one you cooked at home, but. I mean, we don't have to worry about it. It'd be eventually our kids or our kids' kids or our kids' 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 kids. Eventually, one day, it's going to be like Solvent Green, um, where everyone's just going to be eating, plant-based foods because, cattle and things like that consume it's not even the cattle, it's, wheat and things like that consume the vast majority of water. Um, when you think about things like, cows and stuff like that, their water expenditure is pretty bad. And eventually, it's going to get to a tipping price point since every company essentially bases, it's based on cost, and eventually it'll be cheaper just to produce and make meat than it will be to, grow it. So yeah. It's people. You're eating people. I don't worry about stuff. I'm old. I don't worry about stuff like that anymore. If it's people, oh well. John R. Yeah, I know. My mom's still in Louisiana. She texted me yesterday saying it looked like the hurricane was going to hit. So I haven't looked at the news yet. I'll have to, at some point, maybe when I'm taking a break, I'll have to look it up. I didn't think it was like a really bad one, though. She usually tells me if it's a really bad one coming. Yeah, that's generally a lot of the books I've read have been after I seen a movie, and it was like, oh, it's based on the book, and it's like, okay, well, I want to know what the book is and see which one's better. Like after, I remember, uh, I tell my kids, was what was it, Forrest Gump, because I was like, that came from a book, and the book was just so much crazier and over the top than the movie was. Hey, Bob's Pistols and Paydirt, how's it going? I don't know if I replied to your last email, but I did get your last email about the shipping, and that is way too awesome of you and way too kind. And the books aren't always better. Like I said, I think the Forrest Gump was a much better movie. The short stories from Stephen King that led to The Green Mile and um, the prison one, whatever that one was. The movies were so much better than the short stories, especially The Green Mile. Used to phone typing. See, I can't do that. I cannot type a lot on my phone. I have to be on my laptop. That's why if I go to watch a live show, if I'm watching a live show on my phone, I will not even bother typing one word because I don't want people to know I'm there and try to And I don't know about that, Bob, but thank you. I really appreciate that again. And I did see Martin even put out a video. I don't know what it is, but Martin's put out what? He put out one or two videos. Martin put out another video. I think he put out two videos. And then Clash just put out like two or three videos. So maybe YouTube's not paying enough nowadays and everyone needs to make some. Like, again, all my cons from Cottonwoods. Yeah. Well, it just so happened that, like I said, I was wanting to do this last year. I wanted to do a 24-hour stream, but I wanted to get a whole bunch of live streamers together, so like I would do it for 4 hours and somebody else would then switch over to them. But it just got so complicated and it wasn't on a Tuesday that I kind of gave up on it. And, making sure everyone had enough stuff to pan out you know. And this one I just so happened to see was, today. So I was like, well, it's National Suicide Awareness Day. Typically a Tuesday I pan. I might as well just try to go the whole day and see how many people I can, get to contact. You never know, It's always good to make someone aware of stuff. And Matilio, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. I appreciate it. And again, I appreciate everyone who joined the show today. So, and I figured I have a lot of Paydirt, sitting on my shelf. Might as well go through it. Yeah. I mean, I got some of these that, like I have a bag of Amaze 6 that I might go through today if I run out of stuff. That's been on my shelf for like 2 years now, over 2 years, I think. So, and again, all this material, anything I pan out today, will be going in the Tuesday tailings buckets. So, if I do miss any gold today, which today is probably the day I will miss the most amount of gold. Um, just because I'll be on chat so much and, my eyes will start to go. Today is definitely, and these will all go in the top of the bucket too. So. Yeah, just get him to get a Vogus Paydirt. That's it. Even though I will say, I heard Vogus was talking smack about me on his live show the next day. He was joshing, but he was complaining it was taking me too long to pan out. Hey, Backyard Prospecting, thank you for joining the show. I appreciate it. And in case anyone is new and hasn't been here since the beginning, I am asking everyone to, at some point today, make sure that they go through their contact page on their phone, find someone they haven't talked to in a while, and just send them a text and see how they're doing. Just send them a text saying, how's it going? How you feeling? It's always good for people to know that somebody's thinking about them. And if you are one of those people that's struggling, make sure that you send a text to someone and say, hey, I'm really having a bad day, or text 988. So you can either text or call 988. I know it's a lot harder if you're struggling to call people, so always text. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of. I was thinking about that this morning. Is when I got into this hobby, one of the reasons why I got into it was because Paydirt was pretty cheap. Even when, I mean, I got skunked a lot when I first started, which led to the reviews. But even when I found my first Paydirts that were 1 gram, they were $40 for a 1 gram bag of Paydirt. Now you're pushing about probably an average of $100 for a 1 gram. You know, well, depending on which state, you can still go prospecting in the winter in a lot of states. I was telling my kids that the other day. I was like, the one good thing about living in Indiana, which I'm not a huge fan of Indiana, but is since the weather seems to get really, really cold up north and really, really hot in the south, we're kind of staying in the middle. Our winters have been really mild. Our summer this year was really mild so far. So, you know, last year's winter, I don't even think, maybe 2 weeks of it were pretty bad, and that was it for the whole winter. So far, we like to pay that. Want to find my own Paydirt. Yeah, that's the key, is to find your own Paydirt. But the problem is finding a good Paydirt with a good ROI. I know if you're out and about and, just in the woods, you shouldn't consider an ROI. But if you're spending 2 hours driving there, the gas, the hours, things like that, when does it get better just to, buy some Paydirt? But yeah, I was looking at, what was it, Facebook yesterday? I think I was on Facebook yesterday. I was relaxing on how many people in on Facebook are finding these unbelievable. Like I saw some of the other day that was, oh, I was out panning for 2 hours, found like 6 grams of gold. I like, yeah, it's one thing if you're a content creator to make up all these crazy numbers just to get views, but if you're just on Facebook, I mean, why do you need to like make up stuff? I mean, like, it's always, you're not going to make any money off it. You're not going to get a whole bunch of new friends. Looks about point 0.5. It better not be point 0.5. This is a 1 gram bag. Oh. I actually did buy this bag. This is out of all the bags Paydirt we're going through today. They were all donated except for this one. This one I did purchase, but like I said, I had bought this one, and the bag was broken, and I couldn't get a replacement bag, so I figured it's just been sitting on my shelf and not like where anyone could see it shelf. So I figured I might as well just pan it out of get rid of it. A little, I want to say a picker, except for I can't pick it up. Here, we got my pan over here. We're just going to dump all the gold we find today in one pan. All right. And I took that picker out and I dropped it. I don't know where I dropped it. So there's a little picker somewhere. So it's definitely not a gram now. That picker was probably 0.1. So now it's 0.9. I gave that to the floor gods, I guess. And yeah, John, I know you're north of me. You know. That's why I like a snuffer bottle. I hate snuffer bottles. Oh. I was just being lazy. I typically use these. I prefer these over snuffer bottles. And then I modify them. I cut them. I have different size tips to pick up bigger and bigger gold. But I was just being lazy. I was trying to just dump them all in a pan, and I wasn't paying attention. And we're gonna see a lot of that today. This might be an 8-hour stream. I will be dropping stuff, spilling stuff a lot. So, mega bag. You don't want my floor sweepings in here. I have a cat that loves to be in here, and he's always on the floor in here. My floor is in this studio is probably 90% cat hair now. Cat hair and gold. Yeah. All right. So what are we going to do next? I probably will take a break in a second, but I'm just trying to figure out what we're going to pan out next. So this is what we're going to pan out next. It's MCD prospecting. It's eBay Miker 15. He sent me this. Really nice guy. He is probably one of the very few eBay sellers I really like. That gives you a really good ROI. When I did I think it was my half-gram battle. This is the one. This was the one. He did really, really good on my half-gram battle, and he's an eBay seller that has to take a 12 to 15% hit. So, really good seller. I like him. In fact, let me see. There you go. That is the link if anyone wants to check him out. I don't think he has anything in stock, but you can bookmark it. It's really good. I mean, I know a lot of people, and me including, avoid eBay like the plague for buying Paydirt, but he's a really good eBay seller. Even when he does auctions, he's pretty good. So, hey, Archaeology and Gold, how's it going? Thank you for joining this show. You came right when I'm taking a small break. We're getting ready to pan out some Paydirt from Micro 15. Link in the description of the seller, not this particular one. This was just a custom bottle made for me for today's show. John R. Yeah. So I will hunt down that picker later, because now it's gonna aggravate me for the rest of the day knowing that I dropped a picker. I think I know it fell in my I have a slide out for my laptop. I think it fell on that. So maybe I'll just vacuum up. I don't think it actually hit the floor. I think it's somewhere on my table around here. So we'll just vacuum that up later. Get that out. So, but I am going to take about you know what? I'm not even going to take a break. We're not going to take a break. We'll just start panning. I'm feeling good. Might as well save it then. Prize time then, KC? Now we've only been here an hour, so let's see. If we go, we'll do a prize after this one. After we pan out this, I'll take a break, then we'll come back and do a prize. We'll give away one of the high graders. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but it might just be pick a number, and I will write down a number because I didn't really pre-plan it. I was supposed to do all this stuff yesterday, and I kind of forgot a couple things. And one of the things I forgot was how to do the giveaway. If you're a Patreon member and you already haven't, make sure you check out Patreon. There is a giveaway. Flower Gold Wizards and Wesley donated a 6-inch or 8-inch, whichever one you want, low flow header. That they'll ship to somebody, but there are rules. You must post something in the live chat if you haven't already. Make sure you go over to Patreon to read the rules. But yeah, we will pan out this micro one in a second, and then my coffee's still holding out. I still have half my coffee, so yeah, we're just gonna pan this one out. Oh yeah, usually. I mean, I've been panning and doing videos and live shows for for 8 years now. And I'm pretty good. I'm usually really, really careful and make sure, that there's nothing around me when I'm moving stuff so I don't spill. But I have spilled it a couple occasions. Generally, though, I will say almost in every instance I've ever spilled gold, it's always been the chunky stuff, which is much better. The last time it was probably last year. I had one of my little black trays, and I had a whole bunch of plus 10 pieces that I needed to weigh up, and I hit it. Luckily, I knew how many there were, so I just searched around for a while until I found them all. But here we go. This is what we're going through today. The micro material. Oh, I see a piece of gold in there. Now, I do know this one is supposed to be 2 grams in here. This one's supposed to have 2 grams in it, so. Ortiz, you got to go to my Patreon page. My last post on Patreon has rules for today's giveaway for the sluice header. If you don't need a low flow sluice header, there's no reason to be eligible. You might want to not put your name in there. For the Paydirts, I'm just going to randomly give them away. I don't know how yet. I'll think about that. It'll probably just be pick a number thing. Even though I really dislike the pick a number and people spamming chat with numbers, I might have to do that. So, Refogers. Yeah. I mean, I've spilled stuff a few times. I used to keep carpet in my studio just in case I spilled stuff. But the last thing I spilled in my studio was 5 gallons bucket of water. I had my sink full, and I had forgot I had just drained it into the bucket, because this drains into a bucket. And then I filled it and panned some more, and I just dumped it, and it overflowed the bucket and dumped 5 gallons on my floor in here. So then after that, I gave up on the carpet. Yeah, when I tore down this studio and rebuilt it, I did vacuum everything up and pan it out. I think I might have done a video about it. I know I did a video one time about panning out my sweepings, and there really wasn't that much. Definitely isn't worth it because that's some nasty stuff. Vacuum sweepings do not pan very well, you know, because it's a lot of it's dust and hair and things like that, and yeah. You're entered though, aren't you, David? I think I saw you posted it, so. If you're asking me, have you ever been in the club, Gold Prospectors America? No, no. I've never joined any club. I'm a mailbox miner. I'm a, mailbox prospector. So there was never a reason for me to do that. Maybe the Flower Gold Wizards one is much better. If you haven't watched his video about it, his headers are all low flow design. You know, which sucks though, when I built my testing jig, I specifically got the piece of aluminum that I use for the testing thing, that it's got a back piece on it because I wanted to just be able to, not have water going over the back of it. Where now it would be great to have an open back just so I can use his low flow headers to get water, but oh well, what you gonna do? A coin show. Well, there you go. Coin shows are always good. I tried to get my kids into coins and they just wouldn't do it. When I was younger, I loved coins. When I was a kid, we first started with stamps, then moved on to coins, and nobody wants to collect stamps nowadays, so you're better off with coins. At least you can get your money back. But I tried to get them into it, and they're just, nah. Trying to win for bonus. Yeah. Well, you're in there. I know you're in there, so. Yeah. Another clean Paydirt, so might be a while before we have to change the water. A couple pieces of gold too. Yeah. Let's get rid of the rest of these black sands before we dump this in there. Yeah, coins is really good. I used to collect coins. I mostly I only collected American Silver Eagles, and I collected them. It was mostly graded ones. I collected a lot of graded ones, full set ones, and any of the ones that were more unique. So like if they made a 3-year set that came in a box set, I would get those. And right when when I knew I was going to file for disability, and you kind of gotta work your way up to filing with doctors and things like that, is that was what I sold to get me, all the money to start going to doctors and getting, x-rays and stuff like that, because I didn't have insurance, bartending. So that was my first one I sold. And I haven't gotten back into it. I tried to get back into the dimes, and I do have a decent dime collection, but I kind of stopped with it. So me and my son were doing the book, where you fill out the old books, but it's not like the old days where you could really go and get a whole bunch of rolls and search rolls. Now they have so many people doing coin roll searches that, the chances of you finding anything are pretty rare these days. 1959 Eisenhower dime. Well, there you go. You do like the bullion though? Well, there you go. You can't go wrong with bullion. Other shenanigans. And I apologize if I miss anything in chat. Trying to pan and keep up chat is always hard. There you go. I still give them away. I still give away the gold-plated dimes. Not as like I used to. I used to give away one every, every Tuesday show. Hey, you rocking? How's it going? And thank you. Yeah, dimes are great. I know everyone likes their different coins. I just always liked, certain coins, if they, like pennies, I could never, to me, I just could never get behind pennies because, even though they have some rare ones, to me, they were just, pennies. But dimes and quarters were always my two for, actual change, my favorites. Just because you never knew you could one day, get some change and there'd be a silver one. So, Mark Sheldon, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. Really appreciate it. Take some Elmer's and some gold leaf. If it was only that easy, I would do it myself. I will say I did have somebody donated it a long time ago, probably like 7 years, 6 years ago, a gold plating machine to me. They were like, here, you can plate your own dimes. You don't have to buy them anymore. Let me just tell you, that was a fiasco. Those were the ugliest looking gold plated dimes you'd ever see. And what's funny is, you use this the gold solution to gold plate them. I burned through that stuff. I was like, I probably just burned through like 3 grams of gold and, didn't end up with anything. Yeah, making that was one of the reasons I really wanted to redo my studio is I wanted a shelf to display stuff. I will say, who was it? Oh, there used to be somebody that used to do videos. And it wasn't like, they weren't a YouTuber. I think it was the guy from Tommy from Tommy Knockers. And one of the things is I know, like, I think you do it where they keep all their gold every time they pan. They just put their gold in a little vial. And he built this really cool wooden display. And you would see it in your camera, and it was just a little bit tiered up and with the little drill holes in it to fit all the vials. And that way he could insert each vial into it, So you just, when you would watch his show, you'd just see this, wood rack with 100 vials in it. And you knew each one of those was from him panning something out. So. Yes, Refotris. I do not make those gold-plated dimes. I do not have the skill for that. I dream I get the day I get to keep my gold. I'm totally there with you. I know somebody, and it's on my to-do list. I don't know if I'll ever do it. Probably like right before I retire from YouTube, I will do it. But, it's on my, future list of Paydirt videos to shoot, is to do one on how much gold have I panned out, how much money have I spent on Paydirt, things like that. Do a numbers video. But I was like, no, because I don't want to. I don't want to. I would cry if you're like, oh wow, I've panned out 10 ounces of gold, and how much do I have? Very very little. And even then, like even when I do have gold, like what was it? I was thinking it was like 3 months or 4 months ago, something like that, 4 or 5, a couple months ago, beginning of the year, I had like over an ounce of gold. But it was just because I had purchased some. I had went through a couple of big bags, and I knew the future months, like the next couple of months, I was going to be doing videos that had almost no gold in them. And for my Patreon, I go through 15, 16 grams of gold every month for Patreon. So, having an ounce of gold, it means that's 2 months of Patreon giveaways. No. So even when I do have gold, I know it's not going to last long. Popcorn ball. I have not thought about a popcorn ball in forever. Now I'm going to have to get one for my kids. Here, I'm writing it. Give me a second. I've got to go write this down to go get popcorn balls for my kids. Oh yeah, it's probably more than that. I know I've done ounce buckets, and you know, just last year the Paydirt battle alone was, the Paydirt Super Bowl was over an ounce. So, been doing this for years. So yeah, it's a lot. I just, but Mama Brad, well, that keeps you from spending it. Yeah, never accept them on Halloween. Yeah, if it's not packaged candy, then no. Yeah, no more apples or things like that during Halloween anymore. Yeah. Saw some at the store the other day. You see, I haven't thought about it. I haven't even seen them in years and years and years. I can't eat them because with my luck, I'll break a tooth or something. Me and popcorn just don't get along. So, but my kids will love them. Ghouls and gold. Oh man, I might have to get one of those. Some more chunky golds. This bag's got chunky gold so far. And if anyone gets bored of watching me panning, make sure you can send some random person in your contact list a text and just ask them how they're doing. If you're having a rough day today, you can always call or text somebody in your contact list, or 988. So, because today is National Suicide Awareness Day, and everyone should be aware that there's always people out there that need help. The suicide rate is going up all the time, and unfortunately, the average age is going down as well. It seems to be, you know, younger and younger kids are, succumbing to suicide, and a lot of older people. So, you know, oh, that sucks about your 3D printer backyard. Dog named Peanut. Yeah. More chunkies. Mm. Yeah, I mean, most people in the community know each other. There's always somebody in the community that knows somebody else's phone number, and even if it's not you, like if you think, so and so, I think they're having a rough time, and but you don't know them, but you know somebody else that knows them, just reach out to them and tell them, hey, why don't you send so and so a text, see how they're doing? I know they're having a rough day. All right, more gold, more chunky gold. This is a very chunky bag. But I know later on some of these bags maybe panning out are going to have a lot of fine gold, if any fine gold. Some of the Paydirts, like the Paul Preston, are actually not like, they're actually just diggings in one of his holes in Wisconsin. So they might not have any gold in them. And if they do, it will be very small gold. But I figured those bags were going to tear up my water. And I wanted to try to change my water as little as possible. So. And again, that was really awesome of you, Casey. Donna, thank you very much. I know you posted your stuff earlier. And anyone is always free to contact me. I'm not very good at replying and stuff because I tend to always have my phone and stuff on silent and do not disturb. But going to be a spooktacular good time. I do like Halloween. Halloween is one of my more favorite holidays. I can tell you I'm really bummed out that my kids no longer trick or treat. It just really bugs me. I try to convince my son every year. I'm like, you're really not too old to dress up and get candy. Lots and lots of candy that your dad can help you eat, but nope. Any beach sand Paydirt? No, I don't think so. Thermal City, Wisconsin Paydirt, High Banker, and Ozark Bucks. Those are the 4 bags we have left. And then if we go through all those today, we do have some Amaze 6. So no play sand today. Your favorite holiday? Yeah. Yeah, right now I'm kind of in that limbo of not liking any holidays because, kids won't go trick or treating. So I don't want to and just where I live and just the way Halloween has kind of become. Most people nowadays know to go to like rich suburbs and go trick or treating there, So I don't really decorate or do anything else like that anymore, And then Christmas, since Christmas is, costs so much money. When your kids get older, I'm not liking it as much. But once my kids turn 18 or 19 or 20, whatever it is, and they've moved out, then Christmas will be great because you get to see them and, get them one gift, then trick or treat. Halloween, then I can just do for all the neighbors, I did see that, Ken. I did see you were doing that. I might show up, but if I do show up, I'll be the Invisible Man. So, and it's a very realistic costume. Nobody will be able to see me. I will definitely join probably to hang out since y'all use, I think, StreamYard for all your stuff, I probably won't join up, but I definitely pop in to say hi to everyone and see some costumes. But that is a cool idea, so. Redman, how's it going, Redman? And anyone in chat, if I miss you or I don't see you post something, I apologize. I am panning and I watch chat on my phone, so if I miss something, I apologize. Hey, you rocking? That's 100%. But even like I said, I lost both my brother and my sister, and you just never know. I know my brother, for example, was having a really really rough day the day he passed, and if somebody would have just sent him a message, call him just to say hi. I mean, wasn't really phones for texting as much, so but if somebody would have just sent him a message, called him and said, hey, just checking on to see how you doing, you don't know, something might have changed. You just never know. Someone could be having a really really bad day, and if you just send somebody a text and say, hey, how you doing, even if they don't reply, maybe that's just the little kick they need to say, well, I'll do something. And we'll be on StreamYard. Yeah, I need to. It's been on my bucket list of things to do for my studio, is to hook up StreamYard and get it all set up. But StreamYard's just such a pain to get this set up compared to OBS I'm so used to. But I need to do it and just start alive and get everything so it knows to use which camera and which microphone. No worries, Redman. No worries. I in lots and lots of live shows a lot of times, and I never hit start to chat. Sometimes it's just hanging out. So, but I appreciate everyone that's here, even the lurkers. I appreciate you. Get rid of some of this water. This one's panning out pretty quick, so. But it's not too bad. So right now we're on pace to be like one bag an hour. So I still have 1, 2, 3. 3 more bags, 4 more bags. But 2 of the bags I have are really big. So we definitely have enough Paydirt for the last of the whole show. Well, they do have the option, John, on OBS. The problem is, if I did a show where I had somebody join in on my lives, it would have to be through OBS. It's just OBS has so many more things for it that I use for my lives that StreamYards doesn't unless you pay for it. So. And OBS, I would have to pay for that feature as well. But since I use OBS, every single time. All right, Archaeology and Gold. Thank you for popping in. I really appreciate it. But I always do want to join in. I know one day, a lot of times people do their live shows is just, it's just the timing. It's the same reason why a lot of people don't join my live shows, is just the timing. A lot of times I have my kids when other people are doing their live shows. So it's, I don't want to tell them I'm coming down here in the studio for 2 hours. I like hanging out with my kids. But sometimes it'd be nice. Like I guess last month or the month before last, I had a couple hours and JP was on. So I spent the whole night hanging out with them, but just in chat. But, if I'd had StreamYard, I would have hooked up my stuff and been ready. Yeah, OBS is takes up a lot of stuff. So, like, I had to upgrade. So, I guess it was last year. I had to double the RAM in my laptop just to make sure OBS ran because, I had, I think, eight. Yeah, this one down here, I was on 8 GB and it was doing good. But every time they updated, it seemed like it was bogging down the computer a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. So I doubled it to 16. And probably next year I'll just go up to 32 if my laptop doesn't blow up on me or anything. So, yeah, I know general possibly, but the problem is with the initial when you launch StreamYard, it tries to use everything on your laptop. So it'll immediately use your laptop camera and your laptop microphone, and you have to set everything else. But once you set it all, then it works. And I've just never gone through and had it set up just because the way my computer is set up, because I have so many cameras in here and other things attached to my laptop that I have USB hubs. I have two USB hubs that I have to click on and stuff like that. I have, external hard drives that I all have plugged into these USB hubs. So I have to make sure I have the right things hooked up at the right time. Yeah, Redman, you just never know. That's why days like today are so important is, you know, everyone has a really bad time at some point in their life. I mean, it's unavoidable. Something will happen will just ruin your day, give you a bad time. So, but like I said, I think one of the problems is, with social media and things like that, it's so easy to get put down and have a bad time, but not as much of that is spent trying to pick people up and make them feel better and things like that. Like when I was a kid, when my sister passed and my brother passed, there was no real easy means to like, there was no Facebook where you could just send a Facebook message to somebody and a text saying, "Hey, how's it going? What you doing? Are you feeling okay?" So, and like I said, back in the day, if you wanted to get help, you would have to call somebody and talk to them. And now you can just text 988. You can just text them. You know. Which makes it a lot easier. All right, John. Hopefully, I'm still here. Hopefully, I'm still here. Hopefully, I make it that long. Well, maybe I probably won't catch your premiere because by 8, I think I'm going to be so worn out. I'm just going to hit my couch and not move. But maybe. If not, I'll tell everyone else to go there. Yeah, I prefer laptops over desktops just because, what I do here, I like to have mobile stuff. Even though I have a studio, my testing rig for when I do equipment reviews is outside of my studio, so it's just easier to unplug my laptop and move it over there. So, thank you very much, John. Thank you very much. And thank you and everyone who has popped in so far today. I really appreciate it. And again, if anyone wants to do anything, make sure just pick one random person on your contact list, send them a text, say, "Hey, how's it going?" Make this 2 pans. Yeah, I agree. My brother, you know, both my sister and my brother had substance. My sister was pretty bad. My brother was mostly alcohol. But yeah, I'm almost positive if just somebody would reach out to my brother, me or somebody including, you know, he was just having a rough go that day, and he was just, stuff snowballs. That's the problem. Is a lot of times people, will not be feeling good, will be depressed and unhappy. Then something major happens, and it's just that's the kicker. It's not 100% always the case. Sometimes no matter what you do, you can't change things for people. It's the same thing with, you know, some addicts, no matter how much you offer to support them, those won't. But, and that's it. Hey, you rockin'. And thank you for joining the show. I don't know if I said thank you for joining, but thank you very much. That's why I said, like, it's generally why I avoid Facebook so much, is because if you go on Facebook, probably half the posts on Facebook are negative, or somebody saying something negative about something, and the other half aren't positive. They'll just be something else, and there's just a lot less positive stuff. The same with YouTube or anything else. The right now, some of the most popular things on YouTube are cringe, or anger baiting and things like that, and it's just horrible when it's so much easier just to be nice and say something. So, but yeah, and if anyone ever needs, always, I know it's hard. That's one of the things why I say it's so good that people can text nowadays. Because, me personally, I'm not a big phone talker. I don't like talking on the phone. I'm not a big emotional guy. I don't like, sob storing people about my stuff. But, texting, when I was having issues with, the loss of not being around my kids when I got divorced, texting, really, really helped. So it didn't help enough. So like I said, and I'm more than happy to tell people that, I did check myself into a week mental stay at a mental facility, and it wasn't the best week vacation, but it definitely helped. So, and I'm still here, so it definitely helped. So. Reglab, how's it going? Well, thanks for popping in, even if it's for a little while. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone that's popping in today. I know this isn't the typical time I'm on. I just wanted to do a live show just so I could keep saying the same stuff over and over and over. But so I decided to start my show early and see how long we could go. Well, that's awesome. Did you do good? Casey. uh, I have Facebook, obviously, and I seriously thought about just trolling this year and making up the logo and everything else and just bombarding everyone on, because I get so many friend requests on Facebook, and it's weird. So like, I get the people like HD or, that'll Facebook friend me, and then they'll send me a message or send me something, or they know it's related. But I get so many Facebook people that want to friend me that aren't even part of the community, don't, know me or anyone around me. And it's just like, oh, I just need to start telling them all, yeah, sure, I'll be your friend. Now vote for me for president. Hey, Plow Dog, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. That's it. I mean, it's just, like I said, life is, life is rough. Life can be really, really tough at points. So, Well, that's awesome, Reg. It's always, as long as you're selling something, it's always adds up and it keeps adding up. Get you towards that goal you need to get to, my brother. So yeah, like I said, everyone has bad days and sometimes they just get really rough. So that's the days that you need to, reach out. I had that today, Refoachers. I had somebody send me a messenger on about my gem review I just did about the sapphire bags of Paydirt. And I knew because it was like, you could tell it was a foreign name from some, from India that was asking me all kinds of questions about it. So I sent him a reply and I even knew, I was like, okay, this is what I got. These are oh, if you want to buy this, I will sell you this. You can get, and I'm like, the whole point of that video was I wanted to show people the Montana, sapphires, not India sapphires, not man-made sapphires, not all this stuff. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. The only reason I do YouTube is because I love gold panning. I just absolutely love gold Paydirt and gold panning. Like I said in the very beginning, when I first realized that I was going to be disabled and, not be able to work and just huge life change, income dropping to about a tenth of what, I was making or, just not very good income. I got really, really depressed and, I found gold panning and that really, really helped me. It gave me something for my mind to focus on. It gave me a hobby, just something I just absolutely fell in love with is panning gold. And the only reason I started the YouTube channel is because originally I started a blog, millerprospecting.com. It was just that. I just posted my results online. I was anonymous. Nobody knew who I was. And it was just some, But unfortunately, people don't read blogs as much anymore. And all started going to YouTube and Facebook and everything else. So I just wanted everyone to not get ripped off and find the best Paydirts. Because if I love this hobby, there's got to be other people that love this hobby just as much. And, and people that don't know this hobby, I didn't want them getting ripped off when they first got into the hobby. So, I had to do the whole fake YouTube thing. So, it is. Gold panning is just so relaxing. I mean, you do it long enough, it stops being relaxing at a certain point. Like today, by 8 hours, I will probably hate gold panning. My eyes will, my hand, and my back will hate gold panning. But overall, I love gold panning. It is very relaxing. If I'm having, if I'm stressed out, like if something happens at my house where I'm like, oh my God, I need to replace my air conditioner or something like that, then, I will come down here and say, okay, let me go pan something out. Let me grab something off my shelf of wonders and just start panning. So I'm really sorry to hear about that, Red Man. And yeah, that's 100% why I got into panning. Take my mind off of other things. You know, trying to make sure you get all that really beautiful shiny gold just takes your mind off of everything else. So it gives you a reprise, just lets you not think about other things. So, hey, Rocky Mountain, how's it going? Thanks for joining the show. Now, again, anyone that's new in chat that is a Patreon member, I am giving away Flower Gold Wizards and Wesley are donating a either 6-inch or 8-inch, whichever one you want, low flow header, but you must follow rules. The rules are on Patreon. That's my last post on Patreon. You can see what the rules are. You don't have to be here in attendance. I will just pull the name randomly at the end of the show. So if you haven't and you want to enter, make sure you go over to Patreon and see what the rules are. And I will say, as a slight disclaimer, and I'll say this multiple times, I might miss somebody posting in chat what they're supposed to. So it's not a 100% guarantee if you do it that you are entered. Because if I miss you and you leave and you don't see me pull your, if you don't see your name is missing from the wheel to tell me, so it can't happen. What? That's it, gentlemen. Prospector. Prospecting any which way you can do it is awesome. I'm just because of my disability and things like that, it makes it super hard. So this looks 100%. I can't see it because I don't have my really good reading glasses on, but it's wanting to pan out to the bottom. Let me see. Yeah, make sure y'all can see that. It's wanting to pan out and go down like it's not gold, but I'm almost positive. I see a little glint of gold on it. This is a little bitty quartz nugget with some gold on it. So I'm just going to go pop this in the other pan. But it's definitely a little piece of quartz with gold on it. Have an MRE channel. Did you eat them? Was it like a review? Taste them all? Yeah, MREs are kind of expensive. I love MREs. It's the only good thing about having relatives in the South is whenever they get hit by something and they get a whole bunch of MREs because of, I can always tell them to send them to me because they don't want to eat them. All right, Casey, we'll still be here for a while. Yeah, it's definitely a cool one. It's just so much harder when you pan on camera versus when you pan in real life because you have to keep the pan so far away from you to be in camera. I need to, because if y'all weren't here watching, the pan would be up here. You wouldn't be able to see it. Because I have to pan it farther away from me, so it makes it harder to see sometimes. But luckily, I know how it works. And I got you down, Julie. No, Reg Lab. Let me put you on there. I got you down, Plow Dog. All right, Ortiz, you have a really good day, my brother. Oh, Brad Hayden, let me write you down. All right, I got you down, Brad. Thank you very much for joining the show. I appreciate it. All right, I have you down, Casey. Here, I'll read everyone off. So this is who I have so far. We have David D, David Danderand, Chris B, Ken S, Stephen LeBlanc, Casey Sering, Julie H, Brian Phillips, Weezen Geezer, Alan Curie, Bradley L, Chris W, Jacob E23, Clarence B, Reg Lab, Plow Dog, and Brad Hayden. That's everybody that we have on the list currently. So not too bad. But again, we still got multiple hours to go, so I'm sure it'll get longer. Hey again, Wesley, how's it going? We were just talking about y'all. And again, if anyone hasn't, make sure you go check out the low flow and the micro sluice and all these things from Flower Gold Wizard. This weekend, probably this weekend, definitely if not this weekend, next week I will be posting about my Christmas giveaway, all the prizes that I have so far. I have the bulk of the prizes, what they're going to be. I might add to them later because obviously we do have a little bit of time. But I will be posting that either this weekend or next week. I've been trying to make the thumbnail and just been having no luck making the thumbnail. I don't know why, but Knights 880. Is that what you're on Patreon as? I don't think so, huh? Is that what it is? It is. It is Mike the Knight. You were right. I was wrong. I'm adding you in there, Mike. Yeah, yeah, because I just wanted to make sure because you get a lot of people that have similar stuff from Patreon to here. So I wanted to make sure everyone's name is what it shows on there, just so there's no, oh, that was me. But back's holding up fine, Wes. So far, no problems. So right after this one, after I finish painting this one out in like 4 or 5 minutes, whatever it is, we're gonna do one giveaway. We're gonna give away a bag of Paydirt, and then I'm gonna go take a 10-minute break. Go grab something to eat, grab a granola bar or something. And I'm gonna lay down for 5 minutes on my floor, set my back up, and then we'll be back. All right. So there we go. Nice little pile. So let me see. That's what we got out of that one. That's 2 grams, I think. Yeah, and then this was the 1 gram we got out of the other bag. So I'm gonna dump them all together. A3 Sky Warrior. Just waking up, brother? There you go. See, that's a man like me. That's the time I want to wake up, man. So there we go. Add all the gold. That's all the gold we found so far today. At the end of it, we'll pan it back some more because there's some black sands in there and stuff. So I'm going to try and make it. I appreciate that, David. Well, there you go, A3. That's a great idea. Yeah, like somebody posted earlier in the video, vets, the highest rates of suicide are among vets, older people, and very young people. So, we definitely need, more support for everyone just to know that there's somebody there for them. So, and vets is a really bad one. So, definitely could use something like that. Like I said, the reason I love Paydirt is because it takes your mind off of other things. It's why I love panning, you know. Fat fingers. No. I'm sorry to hear that, Banshee, Julie. Yeah, I mean, I'm positive everybody knows somebody, even if it's just their friend, you know, in high school or something else. You know, it's everybody knows somebody, and it's it's one of those things that's just you can't take it back. You know, once it's happened, you can't take it back, and it can no. But all right, I'm gonna take a break. I will let y'all chat amongst yourselves for a minute. Watch this empty pan. Um, so I'll let y'all stare at that for a minute. So yeah, give me like 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back. I might just go grab some stuff and come back down and chat. But I'm gonna take a break from panning for a few minutes. Give my hands and back a break. And when I come back, we'll do the giveaway. So get the bag here and get everything set up. All right. I am back here. Let's see. I'm sorry, Casey. Yeah, I was supposed to do it before, but then I kind of really wanted something to eat. So we're going to do it in a second. All right, Wesley, you have a good flight, my brother. Yeah, you've been doing a lot of live streams there, Ken. It seems like every time I'm getting pop ups. I will say YouTube does like you because they've been sending me pop ups all the time when you do them. So, but all right, yeah, we're going to be giving away a bag of high grade. Here, let me take this off the screen. There we go. There we go. Texting Brian at working. Tell him I said hi. So, yeah, we're gonna give this away right now. It's a high grader. Can't really see because the light's too bright. But this is a high grader. I'm guessing it's about a pound of material. Gold Nugget sales. Now this one is only a half a gram. So this is a half a gram. This was donated by Mike over at Gold Nugget Sales. And we're gonna give this away. Let's see how I'm gonna do this. I'm going to let me find some pen and some paper. I'm going to write down how many people are in chat. 35. Let me verify that with YouTube. Yep. 35 people. Triple Americano. Yeah, I just had to go get a fresh cup of coffee. Even though mine wasn't full, it wasn't warm, and it just wasn't doing the trick. So I was like, I'll get another coffee. So got a protein bar or granola bar, ate one. I got another one. I'll eat on cam without actually being on cam, but I'll eat it while we're talking. So yeah, so I'm gonna write down a number. We'll do that. So this is going to be how it's going to work. Don't start guessing numbers now. If you start guessing numbers now, you will be disqualified. You only get one number. You can only guess one number. We're going to guess 1 through 35. Whoever guesses that number first will win this prize. Now, again, you only can guess once. You can only guess one number. If nobody guesses it, then we will do it again. All right, we already got a winner, so I need to see. All right, just going through there. Yes, you only get one guess. That one is the easy one. So, and it looks like almost everybody. Seems like everyone was guessing the same numbers. Did y'all know? Could you see me writing it? Was that what it was? The number was 17. Oh, y'all can't see that. Here, I will darken here. Let me darken the camera for a second. There we go. So that was the number was 17. So that would make it, oh, of course it's rigged for my moderator, Weez and Geezer. Now I can put the camera back. All right, so Weez and Geezer won the first one, and it's 100% rigged. You know that, Vendetta? Yeah, that's why as soon as I wrote it down, I looked over and I was like, oh my God, everyone's guessing 17. Can y'all see the reflection off the water or something? No. So Weezen won the first one. I will be giving away another one later on. And I might throw in another bag later as well. Not of the high grader, but I'm sure I have something on my shelf I could give away. You do, Banshee? Oh, do you have it set for live chat or top chat, Banshee? Yeah, that's what I have it. The way I have it here, let me scroll through, is it shows Weezen, then Stephen LeBlanc, then Banshee, then Brian Phillips. Those were the 4 people who guessed it, and that was the order I'm showing on both my phone and my laptop. That's weird. If you're on live chat, it must be on your phone. But that's weird. But don't worry, we're doing another giveaway. And just because we will be giving away, I'll have another one of those bags. And also because it's been bugging me, these are on my shelf. I do have some Colorado Paydirt, and you cannot get these anymore. But these have 1/3 of a gram of gold in it. We'll give one of these away later today, too. So. Yeah, Refotra. See, normally I don't do these number things and anything else like that, but you know, just because people are hanging out with me today, and Mike did send me these Paydirts to give away, I'm gonna do it, and I kind of. KC. Yeah, this 7 really looks like a 3, doesn't it? Well, you can't really see. But KC. Don't worry, Casey. You still got another shot. We're going to give away 2 more bags of Paydirt. And then you still have, since you are a Patreon member, you still get these shot at the sluice. But this first one goes to Weezen. Yeah, it's the same thing. There were Fotras. Nightbot's going to pick the same. Nightshot, if I'd have told him the numbers, it would have done it. And the keyword, yeah. Yeah. But next time I will explain the rules and then we will do the thing. But I won't tell y'all the numbers until after I've explained the rules. I shouldn't have told y'all 1 through 35 before. Right. All right. Who should we pan out now? So we can either pan out Ozark Bucks or some high grader. It's a long flight, Wesley, because that's like 6 hours from now. If I make it that long, that's like 5 hours from now. Yeah. So, all right. So we got some Ozark Bucks or some high banker. I think I'm gonna do the Ozark Bucks for Bradley. So, because I know that Ozark Bucks is just gonna tank my water, and I still have a little bit of room left in here. So we'll do the Ozark Bucks. Then I will dump out my catch pan. So that's what we'll do. Is do some Ozark Bucks. So there you go. This is the Ozark Bucks. I know it's bright. It's just because the camera's so much higher. But this is it. The Ozark Bucks. This is, I guess, 1.5 pounds material. It does have a gram in it. I will read you his description. So you have to. I apologize for making y'all listen to this. Banshee. Yeah. See, that's the problem. It's one of the reasons why I never do number giveaways. Is because I was the same way. I'll have my number typed and I'll be like, okay, as soon as they say go, I'm going to hit the button. And then people start punching in numbers and I'm like, okay, then you're too late, you know? So next one I do, though, I will say you cannot post before I say a specific word. So if anyone posts before the specific word, they will be not count. But okay, here's the description because he said this bag is different than the last one I panned out. This Paydirt bag contains material collected from various seasonal creeks and waterfalls in a known gold-bearing area in Southern California, in San Bernardino County. You should expect to find heavy black sands and magnetic concentrates, along with decomposed granite, obsidian, quartz, ironstone, garnets, and other unique specimens native to the area. This bag is not meant for the beginner panner. I have added 1 gram of gold. The gold will be small to very small with an occasional larger piece. Some of the gold you find may be naturally included with the material. Enjoy, BL. So that's the description for this bag. So it's going to be a tough one. All right. Gives us more time. We got more time to pan. So let's open it up. Oh, and this one, he stapled it. It's stapled closed. Let me go get my scissors and cut it open. All right, KC. We're not going to be doing the next giveaway until probably around 4 o'clock after I finish this and the high banker bag. Here we go. Let me dump this out. All right. I always like the Ozark Bucks label. So this is the material. This is what we're going to be panning out. I need to get some new gloves. There's some big chunkers in here. Yeah, see? Put a starting point in the chat too. That's a good one, TM. So you can see I never do giveaways and stuff. It's always just the wheel and that's it. The wheel and the comment picker. But I didn't want to do hidden videos today because I didn't know if all my mods were going to be here all day or what time, and I didn't want to have to post links and remove links because we'd have needed multiple hidden videos. So someone might have followed a different link, and you know, so it's free Paydirt, you know. So we're gonna pan this one out. We're gonna pan the Ozark out, and then I think what we're gonna do is I will dump this, and then I think what we might do is do the Thermal City Paydirt after this one. just because it's going to be a lot of material. I think I'm going to save the high banker till the last bag. So. Oh, that sucks. AU. But all right, let me get some more gloves. My other ones are all sweaty. All right. Oh, well, there you go, A3. That's awesome. Y'all enjoy yourselves today. That's it, TM. I had much longer things for Nightbot to say, but unfortunately, Nightbot only lets you say so many words, and he can't be bothered. So all right, there we go. We're gonna start panning again. And this is the Ozark Bucks. No, wrist is fine so far. No problems yet. But I'll be good. Panning wise, I pan a lot of times for my videos. I've panned about 4 hours is usually about the max I will do before I go and say, well, I'm going to go take an hour or two break. So. And usually it's my back that gives out before my wrist. So. Let us see. Get rid of some of these bigger ones. And again, I appreciate everyone who showed up today to come hang out. I know this isn't the typical time I do panning. Hey, Sean McClellan, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. I appreciate you, even if you're just watching. I appreciate all my people. I know a lot of people can only lurk sometimes. They can't type in chat because they're just listening in while they work or do things. But I appreciate that as well. So thank you, and I appreciate everyone that's here. Hey, Tim, I don't know. It's showing on my computer the message that you're talking about there, but I don't know. It's not showing up on my phone, so I don't know if somebody blocked it or banned what you said. But Plow Dog, I like this time. It's much better for my schedule. Yeah, I could see that. It's not better for me though. But today, if my schedule goes the way it's supposed to, I think my schedule today will be better for everyone since I'll be here for 8 hours. Have you ever seen the sand art in a bottle? Yeah, if you haven't, you can't tell, but if you ever see on my shelf, I have here. Let me darken the camera on the pan and cam. But if you ever seen on my shelf, I have the JP Lawns and More Paydirt. And here, let me do this. Do this. But yeah, it is the same thing. See? It's all layered. It's all layered Paydirt. So you just can't see it because on my shelf, it's just that. It just shows the JP stuff. But it is layered Paydirt art. Yeah, when I was a kid, we used to do that. You'd get chalk and sand, and you'd color the sand, put it in bottles, and use like sticks to make art on the sides. No. I mean, it's not so much art for that one. It's just that one's layered, but I know that's the general thing. No. Yeah, it's one of my favorite ones on the shelf, but unfortunately can't see it. I probably what I could do, maybe I'll have to pull the sticker off and put the bottle sideways. Put the sticker on sideways, but yeah. Even when I work, I still tell me to go watch it, so I just not unfortunately not anymore. Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't look to see if there's any gold in here. Let's see. Yeah, a couple little pieces. That's not as small as I thought it would be. I was really worried that this was all gonna be micro gold, but that's not too bad. That's workable. I just didn't want to be here all 8 hours on one bag, so. Yeah, I will say I'm not a fan of my current schedule, the 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. But because of my son, it's essentially the schedule I was forced to do, you know. Because my old show used to be 7 to 9, and I would call my kids at like 9:30, 10 o'clock before they went to bed. But now my son tends to go to bed at like 8:30, so. You know where the heavies are, you can just, yeah. Well, what sucked is, so when I got that bottle, it had no known set amount of gold in it. So it was just, something I got from JP for something. I don't remember what I entered to win it. And he was awesome. He actually hand delivered. That was actually hand delivered to me. He brought that all the way to Indiana for me. Um, and unfortunately, at the time, I had the COVID. One of the times I've had the COVID, but at that time, I had the COVID when he dropped it off. And I was trying to be nice. I'm like, dude, you want to come in, hang out? And he's like, no, I don't want to get the COVID. But when he brought that to me, I was like, oh, this is awesome. But I wanted to add a gram of gold to it just so I know that bottle has a gram of gold in it, for my kids ever get it. But then I was like, how do I add a gram of gold to it without messing up? So there's just a gram of gold sitting at the top of it. So it's probably going to be the easiest thing to pan out. All you have to do is dump out the first, inch of material and you got all the gold. Mm. But I remember as a kid, we used to spend hours making the little sand bottles. Like I remember the easiest things to make would be a camel. It was pretty easy to make a camel, and then like palm trees. So we used to sit on our porch, and we had like a concrete porch. In the South, a lot of times the porch will be concrete, but even though it's wrapped in, got a roof on it and everything else, it's just, concrete porches. So we'd sit there with piles of sand, play sand, and chalk, and just color up all the chalk. And then add the sand. Here, we're going to get rid of some more of this blinds. And make little bottles of stuff. I don't even remember what we did with them because we didn't make them all the time. My mom must have been selling them at the flea market making bank. Yeah. Right. Some more of the Ozark Bucks. And this was really awesome. Bradley did donate this to the channel and today's show. So he doesn't currently sell Paydirt, but you can go to his channel. Here, let me go look it up. So there you go. Ozark Buck. Make sure you go subscribe to him. Let me see. How many? He currently has 42 subscribers. So everyone go subscribe to him if you haven't already. Really great guy. And while he doesn't currently sell Paydirt, you will see some people have been doing videos with this Paydirt because he does trade Paydirts, and eventually he is going to start selling Paydirt. So make sure you click that link. Go subscribe to him. I'm only painting. You're not going to miss anything. We haven't gotten any gold yet. None of the good stuff yet. So take a second. Be kind. Go subscribe. Well, there you go. He will have some for sale then. I know he's been stockpiling to put some up for sale. His goal is to start selling one day. Was it October 5th and 6th? Well, there you go. I wish YouTube did better and more with their community pages. It's because I post on there every once in a while, but a lot of times it's just, I just feel like it's so lackluster on their community pages. You know, you should be able to do stuff like you would on a like WordPress website on it almost. You know, drawing more people that's not just, you know, mind-numbing video stuff. Let people post stuff, you know, that they can read. So hopefully everyone's having a good day today. Hopefully Refotris is finding some good stuff out of his Paydirt. Hopefully not too many people are stuck at work. uh, what did I do? I did somebody's bag of Paydirt. That was a copper bag of Paydirt. Who was? I think I want to say maybe it was Kenai. I mean, this is a while back. This is like 2 or 3 years ago, so I'm pretty sure it was Kenai. Where I was just, you know, it was just one of those days where I was like, I just want to pan something out, and I was like, well, here's one that, you know, Because a lot of stuff I'll put it in certain places on my shelf. It means I can't review it because it's been too long, or I didn't have a spot price or something else. This makes it. I was like, oh, I'll do this. It's a little bag, and I was like, I was like, why is there a lot of copper? I'm not seeing any gold. At the end of it, I was like, it is just copper. I'm like, oh well, didn't add to my gold stock. It's more gold. So far, nothing really small. I mean, there's a lot of small gold in here. There is some minus 40, but it's like, it's just 40 mesh. It's 40 mesh gold so far. I haven't really seen anything really, really tiny. So, yeah, today is National Suicide Awareness Day. So it's just a day to make everyone aware that, suicide is an issue. It's a problem that only has been increasing year after year. And it's one of the big issues with not only a suicide suck, but, is the demographics for suicide. It's military personnel, ex-vets. Suicide rate is going up and up. Older people over 55. The rate for suicides for people over 55 is going up, and people under 18 is going up. Those are the three, you want kids. You need kids around. That's our next generation. That's who's going to be taking over. And you don't want old people to be so, have such a rough time. They built this country. Vets protected this country. This is like the three demographics you don't want, to have something really bad. So, yeah, that's the whole reason why I'm doing a long show, is just so Nightbot can keep spouting off stuff and telling people to be aware of it. So, I lost both my older sister and my younger brother to suicide, at way too early ages. So, it's a very important day for me. So. No. Yeah, that's why I keep saying it, just reach out to somebody. Just make sure you reach out and just, send a text. If every day you sent one text to one person just to say, hey, how you doing? You never know when that, 10 years from now, they might tell you, I was having a rough day in your text, The first Paydirt I got was from Kenai Gold. They weren't my first, but I remember when they first came out. Because I remember I wasn't the first person who reviewed them. I was the second, and I was the honest person that reviewed them, but, Because I remember when they first came out, because I like Dill. Dill's a really nice guy, so... but I remember when he first came out, he agreed to, load a bag up for a Paydirt reviewer. And the reviewer gave him a great review because he got a loaded bag of Paydirt, and, I busted him. And Dill was a new seller. He just didn't know better. He got talked into doing something stupid, so. Hey, Flash in the Pan Paydirt, how's it going, brother? How are you doing today? Thank you for joining the live show today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Flash, John. Appreciate it. And I appreciate everyone who's popped in or popped out of today's show, everyone who's just listening, lurking, in chat. I appreciate all of y'all. It means a lot to me. That's it. Well, enjoy your vacation, brother. I hope you and your family are doing good. Hope you're enjoying your vacation. More gold, more gold. And make sure, since you're just popping in, make sure at some point today you just send somebody in your contact list a text and ask them how they're doing. So. Oh, the starter kits. There you go. You don't see too many starter kits anymore. There you go. Reno's a good area. Yeah, and LXR is in Arizona, so yeah, all his material does come from Arizona. There's a video out there somewhere. Him and Vendetta went out one time together. And it sucks. All the good gold is in like the two places I don't want to live. You know, like I'd love to live in Arizona for the gold mining, but I wouldn't want to live in Arizona. I'd love to live in California for the gold, but then I didn't want to live in California again either. Yeah, LXR is a great guy. Yeah, and in case anybody didn't know it, because they probably don't, but I talked to LXR not too long ago, and his daughter got student of the month. So I know he was proud of that. As a dad, I would be proud. So his daughter got student of the month last month. So little LXR. All right. I'm about halfway through this bag. Now, this is, besides the high grader, this is the last of the. I'll probably save the high grader till the end of the show. Just because it's got so much organics. I know it's got a ton of organics. And I don't want to have to clean the sink. I don't mind dumping the water and adding more, but I don't have to clean my sink. The next bags we do don't have any guaranteed gold. Paul Preston bags from Wisconsin are just dirt he dug up in Wisconsin where he hunts. And it is an area that has gold because he goes there and he goes gold mining. He's not just digging holes, he's gold mining. And then the other one is Thermal City Paydirt. Now I know they add gold to their Paydirt, but there's no guaranteed amounts. I don't know how much. And yeah, California. See, Arizona, it's too hot. I just couldn't deal with that heat. I just, overweight guy. No, I can't deal with that heat. I would just, sweat to death too quickly. And California's just way too expensive. I lived in California, and it's like I think about it now. When I was living in California, was when I was making the most amount of money I made. And if I was anywhere else, I'd have been set, known to house, paid for, and everything else in the couple of years I lived. The money I made there, living somewhere else. So, like, it's funny. I'm ridiculous about spreadsheets. I love spreadsheets. And I've always done a budget. I think it's the best way to keep your money, is by doing a budget. So I went back a couple of years back. I've since got rid of the spreadsheet, but I had them when I got divorced on how much we were spending just on like food in California compared to what we spent here or what we spent in Louisiana. It was four times the amount that we were spending there. It was crazy. Entertainment, everything. Everything was just so much higher. Well, all right. Roll the windows down so I can get a nice little breeze on me there, David. I forgot to turn my fan on in here, so it's getting a little stuffy. But since you're taking me on a drive, might as well roll down the window. Just a crack, just so we can get enough in here. Yeah, you definitely have to make more money in California. You have to make more money. Yeah, I worked my butt off in California. Not only was I a beverage manager, I also had my side hustles. In fact, my side hustle was making so much money that when I moved from California, that's what I did for a couple of years, was just it, because it made me more money than I was actually making on my job in California. It's just I couldn't dedicate enough time to it when I was working. But once I left California, it made me some good money for a couple of years. Sadly, it was an industry that failed, so it didn't last too long. More gold, more gold. Yeah, see, the weather here is really nice right now. That's what I was saying. It's a good thing about one of the few good things about living in the Midwest. We get that kind of middle weather right now because it's getting so cold up north and so hot down south that everything here is staying pretty even. I think the high for today is going to be like 80 degrees. So, why was I out there? Because that's where my wife worked. So, so at the time, my wife, so my in-laws were, my father-in-law was the principal of a school. Now, my mother-in-law was a teacher, and my ex-wife, who I was married to at the time, wanted to be a teacher. So the only place she could teach was the school where her dad was principal. So, and that was in California. So that's where they had originally planned on retiring. So we moved there. And we were there for 5 years. And then they decided to retire somewhere else. So no, she didn't make good money. She actually left there to go work at the restaurant that I worked at. And, then she went and worked at a realtor's office as a secretary. So, I mean, it still paid better than any other state just doing all those jobs, but. No. I tell my daughter all the time because she's fancying right now. She's getting to the point where she's going to graduate college, and she kids, they want to move out of state and stuff like that. And I told her, one of the things you'll learn is every state has its positives, every state has its negatives, and in the end, they're all pretty much the same. You'll get used to wherever you're living. If you live in California, you'll get used to the high prices because you'll make more money. It's just the way it is. McDonald's worker in California makes more than a McDonald's worker in New Orleans. So, you'll get paid more, you'll spend more, it's just, you get used to it. They all have their pluses, they all have their minuses. New Orleans, you probably get some great cooking, some great eating, some great people, but you get a better shot of getting shot at. Yeah, taxes, but, can't get rid of taxes, Like I said, every place has their own issues, like I was talking to somebody and they were talking about one of the people I follow on YouTube is West Virginia. And I'm talking about West Virginia is probably one of the most beautiful states. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful, but it's also the most, poverty-stricken state. It's just, it's a great state to drive through, go vacation on, but you might not want to live there unless you own a lot of land and don't have to go, if you're well established that you don't need to work, every place got its pros, it's got its cons, Otherwise, if it didn't, people wouldn't live in certain states, Rock, sand, gravel, quarry. Yep. Yeah, I kick myself all the time. I was in California for 5 years and I did not do enough prospecting out there. That's for sure. I went twice with a buddy of mine, but that was in near Palm Springs, so it wasn't even like a good area. So, yeah. So the reason that, so that's one of the reasons. So in West Virginia, I actually saw something about this the other day about the dentist in West Virginia. So the problem is West Virginia has the lowest rate of dental practitioners in the state. Because if you were a dentist, if you spent all that money going to school to be a dentist, you don't want to go to the poorest state. You don't want to be in West Virginia. You want to go to New York or, Louisiana, even any other state. You want to go to any other state but West Virginia. So then the problem is that there's fewer dentists in the state of West Virginia, which means if your teeth are bad, one, you're poor, so you can't afford them to get them fixed. And then two, it's a 3-hour drive. So then what happens is people don't want to go. They can't afford it. It's just a giant pain. So, but yeah, just another reason not to be in West Virginia. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful there. But, as I said, there's certain states that, it's just, it's how you are. Like if I was rich and had enough money to buy a ton of land and retire, West Virginia, yeah, 100%. It's beautiful. Buy a nice, cabin on a mountain. You don't mind sending your, chef to drive for 2 or 3 hours to get delivered, or you can afford to have Walmart delivered 3 hours away, then it's worth it. Ooh, Sam's. There you go. Pick me up a rotisserie chicken if they have one. I was craving one of those yesterday. In fact, now I'm craving rotisserie chicken now. But by the time this show's over, Sam's won't have any. But it does remind me I do need to go to Sam's to get a new pillow for my daughter. That's good. I like Sam's. They give out free food. I always make sure when I go to Sam's, I bring a wig and a mustache, a fake mustache, a really big fake mustache and beard, so I can go through the line multiple times and try a weenie on a stick. Or a cheesecake in a cup. Yeah, prospecting's good in the U, huh? Yeah. My current plan is next year Yuba hunt to be there. So I haven't figured out the logistics. I've kind of been scared to look up the logistics of it and see exactly how much it would cost. But Wheezing. I like Sam's. I like going to Sam's. I like to walk around in Sam's and always just wonder, like, why would somebody need 3,000 candy bars? You know, but mm. And then every time I go to Sam's, I always think the same thing. Man, I need to get a deep freezer for my basement, so I can start buying some of these things that I like. So, but then I don't want a deep freezer because then I would buy a whole bunch of stuff that you know gets frozen and microwaved, and I don't want to be the 600. Change my name to the 600-pound prospector. You know. The only thing I don't like about Sam's, I think like their pre-made food is way, way too expensive. Like if you go there and you're like, you can get a Stouffer's mac and cheese, like they're giant family size, and it's like $18 for this big, huge tray. But then if you go to like the deli section where they make it, they'll have like just same size baked macaroni and cheese thing that you throw in the oven too, and it'll be like $35. It's like, well, why wouldn't I just get the Stouffer one for like 19? There's no real difference. You're just making a Stouffer's one, but you're charging twice as much. Those tend to be really expensive and drive me crazy. And thank you very much, Donna. And thank you and Weezen for being here and being mods. I appreciate it. I know this bunch gets kind of rowdy, so I appreciate that very much. I'll be there again. Awesome. I mean, I still have to work out all the details, but the plan is to go. There's two places I really want to go next year. One is Arizona, and the other is to Yuba Hunt. So I just have to figure out, how to pay for it. Like, see, if I had a new car, it wouldn't be an issue. I'd just say, hey, I'm going to spend a week driving and sleeping at rest stops and stuff like that. But my car is getting close to like, you might not have a car tomorrow time. So I can't drive. And I don't want to rent a car to go drive that far. So and then that means, you got to fly up there, rent a car up there, rent an Airbnb up there. So I don't know. I might have to tag team with somebody else and see if we can't like share an Airbnb and, if I can find something that's really small, I can stuff them in my carry-on bag, and just feed them peanuts while we're on the plane. Joey Brown, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. I appreciate it. Don't dare take my... Yeah. When I drove last year, when I went to the fest here, that was like 3 hours away for the gold prospecting, I was so worried. I was like, man, that's 3 hours on my car. I'm like, Chef V Prospecting has it going. Thank you for joining the show. And thank you everyone for joining the show. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the lurkers, things like that. But I appreciate everyone who's joining the show. And in case you didn't know, right now we are panning out a bag of Paydirt from Ozark Buck. Ozark Bucks. It does have an S on the bag, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah. His channel is Ozark Buck, but the Paydirt is Ozark Bucks. So, and this was a 1 gram bag that was donated by him, Bradley Lacey, and here. Again, make sure everyone you go subscribe to his channel. I really appreciate it if you did. Great guy. donated a 1 gram bag of Paydirt. All right, Refotris. So yeah, so we are panning out a bag of Ozark Bucks, 1 gram bag of Paydirt. We've already panned out a 1 gram bag I got from MJIRL or Only Pans, whichever name you know her by. And then a 2 gram bag that was donated by the eBay seller Micro15, a really nice guy, Mike. And he is a Patreon member of mine, so you know he donated it more as a Patreon member than as an eBay seller, but I figured I'd give him a shout out on eBay. He's a really nice guy. And we are doing an extended long show today because today is National Suicide Awareness Day. And I lost both my older sister and my younger brother to suicide, so it's something that, you know, means a lot to me. And, you know, if I can tell everybody, and Nightbot can tell everybody today to spend, you know, a few seconds of your time once a week, once a day, once a week, just sending a text to somebody in your contact list that you haven't talked to in a while and just ask them, hey, how's it going? You know, you never know when that little bit of information somebody receives might make their day a little bit better. So I appreciate that, Redmond. I don't care about YouTube's algorithm. YouTube hates me. Yeah. All right, here we go. Almost done with this bag. I mean, we still got to do the fine stuff and get rid of the stuff. But it's really not as heavy as based on the description, I was really worried about this bag. I was really thinking it was going to be very heavy in black sands, but it doesn't really look like it. I mean, it does have smaller gold, but this would probably be a medium difficulty bag. He has it kind of listed as hard, but I think this is more like medium. If half of this was black sands, then it would be hard, but thank you much, brother. Thank you very much, Carson. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day, my day, brother. I hope everyone has a great day. And remember, just reach out to somebody, ask them how they're doing, say hi. If you're personally having issues and nobody's reaching out to you, you know, reach out to somebody. Even if you just want to text 988, it's a helpline, you know, and it's a text, so you don't have to, you know, give them too much information. You don't have to say anything that you might not want to say. You know, you can just text it. So, and RegLab, welcome back. Some more gold, a little bitty gold. Again, like all this gold is, you know, 40 mesh, 30 mesh probably. But not too bad. Nah, I'm not gonna be using a magnet today. I don't think any of the bags I got today were that difficult where I'll need a magnet. At least I hope not. The Thermal City I don't think will be too difficult. I've never panned out Thermal City, but just looking at the bag, it doesn't look like it's, you know, super heavy in black sands and just weight. Maybe with the Paul Preston. Maybe with the Paul Preston. This is from a different hole than the last time I got his Paydirt. So it might need it. But I'm hoping not. I don't mind cheating though on a long day like this. So I'm definitely going to need some Advil at some point. Yeah, I guess maybe there is a little bit of black sand. That's not too bad. That's a nice little pile of black sands. We'll just have to see how it moves. Because, all black sands are different. You can get some black sand, man, that just no matter what you do, you cannot get it to move and drop down, you know, just based on its shape. Then you get some other black sand that it wants to get out of the pan. It wants to get away from that gold. It's like, nope, take me. Mm. Yeah, I definitely don't have the eyes I used to. Right now, I have to use reading glasses, and I was looking at because I need to get some more because I wear them a lot and tend to break them, and I buy really cheap ones. Um, as I was thinking, oh man, I might have to go up in a magnification. I think it's starting to get to that point where I just need that one more magnification. So, what's up? What's up, Rich? Thank you for joining us back again. 8-3 Sky Warrior back in the house. Yeah, I have the same eyes. They just don't work now. They're on vacation. My eyes decided to retire early, so um when did I start wearing reading glasses? Probably probably around 45, I guess. I'm trying to think cuz I don't think I really wore them in my early videos except for when I was panning. Hmm. And those were just my cheaters. So like when I'm panning fine gold off camera, I use these. And these are 6-time magnification cheaters. And I use that for fine gold just to help pan. But yeah, I think it was right around 45. Yeah, I buy cheap readers off of Amazon. It's like a 12, like 6-pack or something for like $12. But I tend to break them a lot because I tend to sit on them and chew on them, and I'm not very careful with them. And plus, since they're cheap, they have like the plastic lenses, and so many times of you wiping them, they tend to scratch pretty bad and get. Like the ones I'm wearing today is a brand new ones that I just pulled out of the pack today, and I was like, oh my god, I can see so much better than the ones I'd been wearing earlier in the day. And just because the other ones, it's cheap polycarbonate plastic. So, like, I definitely need to order some more. But what you gonna do? You get old, you know. I mean, the worst thing about needing reading glasses is when you go places, you know. Like if you go to like Walmart and like it's been a couple times where I've gone to Walmart and forgotten my reading glasses, you know, just as like, and then you have to look at something and I'm like, oh my God, now I got to pull out my phone, blow up the magnification. No. Well, of course they make them to break. That's how they get you to keep buying more and more. Yeah. So like a lot of times, sometimes like if my eyes start bugging me, like see, I don't. That's why one reason I like my computer better is I can just up the size of everything on my computer to make it easy to read. I don't need my reading glasses on my laptop if I don't want them. But panning, phone, chat. I need my reading glasses. Welcome back, Casey. I'm getting down. This is the end of the Ozark Bucks bag. And next we're going to do, I think next, which one should I do next? Should I do the Thermal City or the Wisconsin Real Paydirt? And this is just no guarantee. This is, so they're both straight out of a place that people go mining, you know. So I've got some Wisconsin stuff from my buddy Paul. It's one of the holes he works and he finds gold in, you know, not a ton of gold, not like Jason at Flower Gold Wizard Gold, but he finds little specks. Or the Thermal City, which probably has added gold. So I need longer arms to see when I read. Oh my, this is all this gold is trying to get away from me today. Like I said, this is gonna be a good pile Tuesday tailings. I keep seeing some gold trying to get away from me. Wisconsin? All right. We got one vote for Wisconsin. What's a TENS unit? A TENS unit C. If three of you don't have one, could send you one to see if it helps with your back. What's a TENS unit? I don't know what a TENS unit is. Yeah, no gold in Indiana. No gold in Indiana, Arizona. It's all in California. I never heard of that before. I have a heating pack. I don't use it too often. Every once in a while, I use a heating pad. But no, I appreciate it. But no, my back usually, I've learned over the years what to do and what not to do so I don't aggravate my back. So Usually I'm pretty good. And if I wreck my back, then it's just a week of, heating pad and don't do anything. Right. Hmm. Hmm. Learn something new. Hmm. So far, yeah, my back hasn't even started hurting yet, so I'm doing pretty good. My right hand did give me a couple of twitches earlier. But luckily, we're doing this. Once we get to the fine gold, I don't really have to do too much. It's kind of working the water. But after this one, we're going to probably take another break for like 5 or 10 minutes. I'm going to just make y'all look at my ugly mug for like 5 or 10 minutes while I eat something. And I could sit back because, I am hunching over water right now. Yeah, got a little piece of gold just want to go to the bottom. There we go. That's don't need to clean it too good because it's just going in a pan with more stuff that wasn't cleaned too good. So there we go. Ozark Bucks. Again, go check out his channel. Welcome back, Chris. Yeah, found some nice shinies so far. So we're going to add this to the other stuff. And then I'm going to go grab a granola bar and make y'all watch me eat it. John Gear, how's it going? So this is what we found so far. Let's see if we can get it all spread out. This is the gold we found so far. Some nice stuff. Including this nice specimen that's rolling around that looks like it's almost all quartz with a little bitty piece of gold on it. No. Nice little pile of gold. And then I'm going to go heat up my coffee. Yep. Oh my, well look at that. Look what I found. Look what I forgot. I forgot we still had some dirt left over from the buck. Oh my. Let's get these last 3 or 4 pieces and we'll take a break. I'm gonna go heat up my coffee, grab something to eat. Yeah. Well, I wanted to make sure I did the guaranteed bags first or early in the show and early in the day because I knew later in the day I knew later in the day I would start getting tired and not, painting as carefully. But I won't know. Like if you have a 1 gram bag of Paydirt and you're done and it looks like a half a gram, then you missed a whole bunch and you're like, oh man. But with a thermal city bag, you don't know, there could be no gold in it. So if you find no gold, then you're just like, oh well. And yeah, there's more. I totally forgot. You know what's funny? I cannot tell you how many times I do this in a Paydirt review where I will do this and put the thing here and show you the gold and do all that. And then I'll look over to my right and see a pan with dirt in it. So then I have to go start shooting. But since I already shot the video, I'll have to start panning, and then I have to find a spot that I could insert it and redo the ending again. But the one good thing is, since I do fast forward my panning, it you can't tell when I splice in where I messed up and show the rest of the panning, and then a new ending. It's got some gold in there, so we'll get rid of as much of this stuff as we can. Just leave the gold. Well, gold trying to get away. So there. Now we're gonna put that in the pan. There we go. There we go. Now we're done. Now we're gonna take a break. We'll let y'all look at the floating pan for a minute. Let me plug in my phone to charge for a minute. Yeah, so like 5 or 6 minutes. Let me just go heat up my coffee and stuff. Grab a granola bar. Then make y'all look at my ugly mug while my back relaxes and stuff. What's up, PA? See, now I can't leave because PA's here. What's up, PA, brother? No. I'm going to get new coffee, so you got to give me a minute. Just say hi to everybody. PA, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Oh no. My microphone was wrapped around the gold pan. I almost dumped all that gold pan on the floor. Oh. PA, I got you down, PA. Let me get that on there. There we go. All right. All right, we're going to shrink down the panning cam for a few minutes. We'll do that. Let me get that. Think y'all will get the ugly mug for a few minutes before we go panning the next one. Give my back a little break from hunching over. I can lean back, eat something real quick. Make y'all watch me eat. Let me see. I get chat open. There we go. Mama just made it home. Mama Bird just made it home. That's awesome. Had a busy day? Well, that's good. Busy days keep you occupied, keep your mind right. And usually you get either spending a lot of money or making a lot of money. There we go. But yeah, hopefully everyone's doing good. Hopefully everyone's, not struggling, because if you are, reach out to somebody. Yep, and it sucked. Yeah, both my older sister and my younger brother had a rough time. Yeah. But like me, they struggled with dependencies on stuff. I went through my years of drinking too much other stuff, but I will say though, one of the things that saved me was having my kids, always having to provide for them and, having fun with them. So, and I apologize for eating on camera, but I'm hungry. I'm eating cutie. When we come back, we're going to start panning. I think we're going to do the Wisconsin Paydirt. So, let's see. So we have 2 bags of Wisconsin. Let's see. Yeah, so he's got 2 of them he sent me. I think we'll definitely go through at least one of them. I know one is from one spot and one is from the other. I think the smaller one, or the smaller bag, I think they're about the same amount of weight, didn't have any gold added. So I think we'll go through that one. And we'll see how long that one takes. And if we have, need more, we got more. So I think we'll do some Wisconsin. We'll do at least one of those bags. And then afterwards, we'll do another giveaway. Did you think of Cool Hand, Luke? Oh, sorry to hear, PA. Yeah, as I said, that's what I'm telling everybody. Just, if once a day or once a week, I know that not everyone has time, but even once a week, if you just, go through your contact list on your phone and find one person you haven't talked to in a while and just send them a message saying, hey, how's it going? How was your day? How's it going? You never know when that person might be having a really bad day and be like, man, this is just the end for me. And then they get a text, and then they have to respond to that text, and then they have to think about other things, and just them getting them to think about stuff like that. So, and if you're one of those people that's struggling, you can always reach out to people. And even if you don't want to reach out to somebody, you can always just text 988. That's the one good thing about being able to text nowadays. You don't have to talk to someone in person. Them say something you don't want to hear. You can just text them, I can imagine, PA. And welcome back, Alan Curie. Yeah, as soon as I finish stuffing my ugly mug, which will give me my back 5 or 6 minutes to relax, we'll start panning. That long we've been doing it. It's almost 4 hours, so we're like halfway through. Yes, we're like halfway through. So yeah, we'll do one of the bags from Paul Preston, Patreon member, awesome guy, Wisconsin material. He needs to get a dog. He needs to borrow Rigby because he's not hitting the gold like Jason is. He's not finding the gold like Jason is, though. It does. It does, 8-3 Sky Warrior. I mean, I'll tell everyone again, when I said it earlier in the show, about 10 years ago when it became final, when I was applying for disability. And, you know, once you apply for disability, you can't like, oh, I'm going to keep working until I get it. That's your point where you say, I'm no longer going to make money. I am just going to apply for disability and insurance and just start spending, you know, the next 2 years going to doctors nonstop. I was at a really low point. You know, I just stopped working a ton. So it was just, you know, and I was pretty depressed. And, you know, I had a little side hustle, collecting, buying and selling comic books. And I happened to find gold panning. And I thought, you know, let me get this. This might be interesting. And I can tell you the number of times where, you know, I just kept panning all day, because it just took your mind off of everything. So, you know, it definitely got me out of that bad funk I was in. You know, I mean, I was still disabled and still wasn't working, but, you know, I had a little, you know, something to do. And even though I wasn't spending much money, I think I was spending like $40-$50 a month. That was it on Paydirt. I was just repanning it out over and over and over and over. You know, I would count, like if I got a bag in, I'd count the gold. Oh, I got 10 pieces. I'd dump it in there, pan it again. Oh, I got 11 pieces this time. I found it a little bit better. So didn't miss anything. Just missed me going to get some cuties so I could stuff my face on camera. Hey, Casey, everyone's coming back. Everyone's coming back because they heard me eating. So yes, panning. That's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about doing Paydirt reviews and, you know, wanting, you know, sometimes, you know, I try to keep my Paydirt reviews kind of, you know, PG, where I don't get too upset or too mad. But sometimes I get really mad, and it's because I just love Paydirt. I think Paydirt, like you said, it keeps away the crazies. It wards off the crazies. And if somebody's first bag is, you know, Clash's Raw bag or Golden Paydirt or one of these other scammers, they're just going to not join the hobby. They're just going to be like, oh, this was a ripoff, and they're going to go do something else. So oh. I already have you down, David. But thank you. I have you down, David Danduran. And a gold cue. Huh. Six by 19. Those must be, are those the Dream Mat sluices? Because they do a lot of weird sizes to Dream Mat. That's what really bugs me about the Dream Mat is all their sluices are like 19 inches, 21 inches. You know, it's like, dude, 1 foot, 2 foot, 4 foot. You know, get with the system. But, all right. Let's see. How many? Stream's looking okay. There you go. Stream health looking good. All right. So we got like 3 more minutes. Just chat, and then we'll shrink down the ugly mug. We'll start panning some stuff out. And yeah, we still have the Paul Preston to go through. So we got 2 bags of his to go through. And then we have a really, really big bag. Thermal City Paydirt. I might not even be able to get through all that Thermal City. Maybe I should have done Thermal City first. I don't know. That's a lot. So we'll see. After the Paul Preston, we'll see what time it is because we've got 4 hours left. So Paul Preston. Yeah. Well. They just started putting out their Gen 2 mat, which I thought was... I haven't seen it. They got a Gen 2 now? Ugh. All right, I got you down, Jeff. Put you down. And I did miss it. I did miss it, so I just put it down. Let's see. Oh, I didn't mean to put that there, Steven. Meant to put that on the list. You're on the list. See, my mind's starting to go already, so maybe we should start panning because. I appreciate that, David. I appreciate everyone that's been here all day. I had a few people have been here already. Donna, my mod's been here all day. She was here early. She was here like an hour earlier. She was here before me. So, but all right, let's shrink down the ugly mug. Get back to some panning. I'm gonna hit this Paul Preston, see how that goes. There we go. For the Thermal City, the Thermal City Paydirt is the stuff you buy there. It's like their big bag you can buy for like $40 or $50 or whatever it is. Let me see. When we get to it, I can look up the price, but I think it's their $40 or $50 bag of Paydirt. Yeah, it wasn't anyone prospecting there. It was just somebody went there, they were prospecting there, and then on their way out, they bought a bag of Paydirt. And originally they bought it so I could compare it to the croissant and do like a battle, but it was bad timing. I had already just gotten stuff in, and I knew it and the croissant would sit here too long. I know the pan does look lonely. It needs some Paydirt. It's waiting for me to get in gear and start panning. So we're gonna do the smaller of 2 bags. I need scissors. Yeah. Before we start panning this, I am going to go dump out my catch pan into the Tuesday tailings bucket because it's probably full now, and this stuff just looks so silty. This stuff is just going to jack this water up. All right, let's do. Move this. Catch pan out. Semi-clean catch pan back in. There we go. That water's kind of jacked up already, but oh well. I don't feel like changing it. I need to put some gloves on. There we go. I was worried about wearing gloves all day. Because typically when I'm doing reviews, even like my last review I did, if you haven't watched that, where I go through 6 3-gram bags from Gold Nugget sales, in between each one, I'm taking off my gloves and going and sitting down and spending 30 minutes before I start panning again. But today's just been non-stop. Oh, this stuff is some dusty stuff. But thank you again, Paul. If you happen to be watching this or watching the replay, thank you again for sending me this. I always love panning out stuff that other people are prospecting. If you can't get out to the field yourself, having someone send you material from that area is just the next best thing. So this is stuff from Paul Preston. That is some silty. This stuff. Let's see what it turns the water. And it's got some cobbles in it, but you know, we'll pull the cobbles out in a second. And how's it going again, Alaskan Assassin? Yep. I'm going to turn everything into mud. Some of these cobbles. Now this is straight out of the dirt in Wisconsin, out of a hole. I don't believe this has any added gold. I think the ones with the added gold I already panned out. Well, you might be. Fish and chips is usually a pretty good sign, man. Let's see, is there any gold in here? Huh? Wee bit. There's a couple little pieces. Not a lot. And it's all. So you got like one minus 40, one minus 50, and a couple minus hundreds. So, not too bad. Got a couple pieces of gold in there. Hold on. I still got some black sands in my pan. I don't need to make things harder for me. Get out of there. You know, it's funny. When I built this studio, so this is my second studio I've built here at this house. My first studio, after I built it, I was like, oh, I need to change this, and this. You know, I needed a back thing so I could have, you know, shelves and stuff like that. And I swear, you say to yourself, well, I need this amount of space for this amount of space for that. And I never have enough space in this new setup. I'm like, man, I should have, if I'd have just made this like 2 feet longer, or I probably need to just build some more shelves in here. The main problem is with this setup that I'm currently at. So when I have the forward one, it's not really a problem. But when I go to this one, there's just no place for my microphone. So it's always in the way. Yeah, there's gold. There was a couple pieces of little gold. So that's good. Yeah. I mean, even if there wasn't any gold, I'd still be happy because this is just, you know, this is from the area one of my Patreon members is prospecting, and, you know, it's always fun. No way you. It's worse for me. I also have a rock problem. All right, let's see. Let's see how loaded this stuff is. Is there gold in every pan? Yeah, there's gold. I see gold. Again, probably the same thing. A little bit more in the fine stuff. But there's 2 little minus 40s in there and a whole bunch of little fine stuff there. So, got some gold. And I'm not loopy enough that I haven't started missing any yet, so. Are you on the plane Wi-Fi, or are you in like a rest area? Are you like in between flights? And Mama Bird, thank you for joining the show. I know you've probably been here and lurking and watching, and I missed it, but thank you for joining the show. I appreciate it. And thank everyone for joining the show. I appreciate it. I know this is a much different show than I usually do, much longer show than I usually do. I was gonna say, by the time you're done, Brian will live in like the Grand Canyon Junior. You know, from all the rocks are gonna pull out of his little river. At the airport, sitting in the lounge. There you go. This stuff's not too bad. I was kind of worried about this stuff. This stuff's not too bad. More the same. Couple little stuff and some fly poop. But it's moving pretty good. I mean, we haven't gotten to the finishing pan where it could start, go downhill from there. But getting to the finishing pan stuff, this stuff's not being too horrible. Still 30 minutes of work. Oh, man. You have E more hours? Oh, man, that's a lot. If you just said like D or even C hours, I'd have been like, oh, that's not too bad. But E, that's pretty bad, Julie. All right, Plow Dog, enjoy your day at work. Won't be as much fun as watching this live, but You have a good one, brother. Oh, there we go. Oh, couple little fly poops, but not much in this one. All right. Hopefully I'm still here. Hopefully the Paydirt didn't all just tackle me or the cat didn't come and decide to take all the gold and run. How much gold so far? 4 grams. And that's because I did 3 guaranteed bags of Paydirt, so. No, it's not doing too bad with the water. It's like you can see, like right when you put it in, it's very, very silty stuff. But it's sinking pretty quick. Yeah. It's not staying really, really too active, so. Yeah. Man, it's not jacking up the water too much. I'll probably change the water out after I do this bag and the other Paul Preston bag. And then start doing the Thermal City bag. Now again, this one and the Thermal City have no guaranteed gold in them. These are just the Thermal City one. I'm pretty sure they're going to add gold because it's one you buy and they want to make sure you find gold. I mean, but then again, you never know because, it is kind of a touristy. They might figure if you don't find any, you weren't going to come back anyway. So, what do they care? I'm assuming it's got some added though. This, no. So this is just El Natural. But it's got a little bit in it, so. Now this isn't straight out of the bag. These are, I think, run through something or another. Or it's concentrates added to just stuff pulled from the thing, but it wasn't searched and nothing added, you know. Yeah, safe travels. Same to you. Same to Wes. There you go. Stuff's moving pretty good though. I mean, it is gonna be a pain getting all that fly poop, but yeah. Just some fly poop. A couple big. There's one big piece, yeah, one bigger piece right there. But most of this stuff is just really fine fly poop. Get some coffee. So we're just past the halfway point. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't like flying. I'm not a huge fan of flying, but man, it is just so uncomfortable. Anything over like 2 hours just gets to be such. It's just horrible, man. Uh, when I lived in California, I used to fly every month back to New Orleans, and man, I used to just hate it so much. Yeah, autocorrect sucks. My typing sucks. Speech to talk sucks. All right, come on. Yep, couple little pieces, fly poop. Yeah. It'll be a very interesting finishing pan, that's for sure. You want to walk the dogs? All right, brother. Oh, that just sounds horrible. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Maybe in the old days where you could like smoke and walk around and drink, then it might not have been so bad, you know? Like the heyday of flying, it probably wouldn't have been this bad. But nowadays, no. Seats are smaller, leg room smaller, too many rules. So probably what we're gonna do is we're gonna pan this out because this is the last of that bag. That wasn't too bad. That was pretty quick. And probably what we're just gonna do is pan out his other bag, and then we'll do all the tailings. We'll just hit all that, and then there's no purpose in me panning out a whole bunch of fine stuff and then opening another bag and having to pan out that too. So we'll just mix the two bags together. Add to that golden smile. Small gold, small cobbles, I guess, you know. Guys, these are pretty rocks. I was just about to say, man, some of these rocks are pretty. I just always get so hyper focused on getting the gold, you know. That's what J&V, I'm pretty sure it was, no, who was it? It was Refotris that complained in my last video that when I did the garnets and gold bag from Gold Nugget Sales, I didn't show off the garnets at the end. And I never even picked it out. All that material still is sitting actually on my dryer because I saved that material for future Miller prospecting Paydirt, but I didn't pull out all the garnets and show them off. Rocky Mountain Life Prospecting, thanks for joining the show. And any little thing I can do, like it shows up on my screen. I lost both my older sister and my younger brother to it. It's just, and the numbers are going up every year. And the age groups that are being affected are just, the worst. It's people over 55, people 18 and under, military veterans. It's just, those are the people you don't want, We need our older people. They're the people that built this country. We need our young people. They're going to build the future, and everyone in between, as well. But, Question with your water. Do you run it through a filter after? No, I don't. No. Yeah, the numbers are going up every year. Like I said, it's a lot of it has to do with social media, cyberbullying, and just the whole internet turning into rage baiting and things like that, and so it is getting worse. It is getting worse. That's why today, I keep telling everyone, I'll put it up, if everyone could just, at some point today, just send one person a text, somebody in your contact list that you might not have talked to in a while, and just say, how you been doing? Hope you're having a good day. Just send a text, because you never know if somebody's having a bad day or not. Maybe that one little message will, make them think twice. And Dean Olson, how are you doing? And Stephen Curry, I don't know if I said hi to you or not, but thank you for joining the show. I appreciate it. And back to your question, Stephen. No. So what I do is I do keep, I don't know if you saw it earlier. I do have a catch pan. So when I do pay dirts, everything that's in the catch pan, I do save. I put it in my Tuesday tailings buckets. I used to run all my Tuesday tailings through a gold cube at the end of the year, or just all my material, all my pay dirt, everything through a gold cube at the end of the year, and I still separate it. So if I'm doing a review, that material goes in one bucket. If I'm doing Tuesday stuff, it goes in another bucket. And then the stuff I do for reviews, I will run through my gold cube at the end of the year, but I never really find anything, like ever, anything that would make any sort of difference in any review. It's just so minimal. And then I do save the silt. I actually do have the silt. Right now I have 5 gallons of silt, which is just this water. So I do take this water, and what I do is I put the water in a 5-gallon bucket when I dump it out of here, and I let the water sit. And then once the water's clear, I dump out the clear water, and I do save that dirt. And that is actually going to be used in an upcoming video, because it's not much. You know, like this water will make probably, 2 ounces of silty water. And I do save that though, and I'm going to run it through for a video just to see. But no, it's just, I've been doing this so long. Usually I'm pretty good at not missing anything. And, for shows like this, which I consider would be a Tuesday tailing, I just dump everything in a bucket and it goes to my Patreon Paydyrts, or Paydirts. If I ever decide to sell Paydirt, it'll just go towards that. So any gold I miss, didn't matter. I'm not doing a review. And then Paydirt that I'm reviewing, even though it's on camera, I'm panning it once, I pan it multiple times. I go through it over and over and over. If I'm doing, 4 classifications, then I take the pan out, I pan it, and if I find something, I repan it again. If I find something, I repan it again. So sometimes, what might look like, oh wow, he's only panning for 3 minutes, was really in reality 5 hours of panning. So let's see. So this is the second bag, and it's got some gold in it too. This is a little bit chunkier. He might have added gold to this one. This looks a little chunky. Because I know one of the bags he sent me, that Paul Preston sent me, had no gold. It was 0 gold added. And I think the other one might have added gold. This looks a little bit chunky. We'll find out. We'll see if we keep seeing pieces like that. Yeah. Yeah, and it was one of the problems with, suicide is it's not something you can take back. It's like, you're upset with yourself and you decide to, cut yourself, like, scarification, or get a tattoo because you want to do something, or, run away, or there's so many things people do when they get upset. But, it doesn't change. You can run away and then be like, I'm over it, I'll come back. Once you're gone, there's no coming back. There's, everything's changed. This one's panning a little bit harder. A lot more black sand, it looks like. That sucks, 8-3. And yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I've been wanting to do a September, a Suicide Awareness Day show for a while now. Last year I was really serious about doing it, but it just fell through, and today it just seemed like it was meant because it was Tuesday. Just so happened to fall on a Tuesday this week. Definitely added gold. Or this dude's on a adjacent spot. So I figured I might as well just do it. Have the show. Hardest part was, getting everything set up and ready for the morning. But I figured, I've done long painting sessions for videos. I usually take breaks in between, but, figured we would try it and see. I mean, the worst that could happen is, I could be on here for 5 hours, 6 hours, and then, have to quit. But at least there's, a couple hours today. Yeah. Yeah. If anyone at any time, just remember, if you're ever not feeling good, reach out to somebody in the community and just be like, hey, I'm having a rough day, And if you don't want to talk to somebody, there's always 988. You can just text it and just tell them you're having a rough day. Mm. I'm not. So my back hasn't started hurting at all yet. Um, Eyes are starting to bug me a little bit just from staring. I just need to look away. I just need to remember to look away for a few minutes. And my hand is starting to cramp up a little bit, but that's all right. I figure right when it starts cramping up pretty, I'll be going to the mini pan and it'll go away then. There we go. More gold. This one, I'm pretty sure this one had added gold to it. Either that or he found a much better spot. I remember one of the bags, because I remember I've been having a couple of his bags. One was a 0 gold added. No, I haven't done the Corvette yet. I was just waiting for you to confirm that you are donating a Corvette, 2024 Corvette, because that is my son's favorite vehicle. And don't be surprised if somehow or another my son's name is the one that is picked. Your ears are holding up. That's the thing is there's probably, I mean, I know there is. There's probably actually more nice people in the world than there are mean and hateful people. But unfortunately, the current trend on social media is to highlight and show just angry people, and a lot of the YouTubers, the algorithm is, rage baiting and things like that. A lot of the shorts are all rage bait and things like that, and it just really sucks because if the algorithm said some guy doing a nice thing would get more views, then that's what everyone would do. It's definitely ugly dirt. Now, how's he going? AAA Rockhound. This is stuff out of Wisconsin. Not far from Flower Gold Wizards, but Soldier Corvette. Oh, both of the Rocky Mountains at the same time in chat. It's so hard to tell. Yeah. Yeah, disability will do that. Disability will make you go from eating steak to eating peanut butter and sandwiches really, really quick. Like really quick. Yeah. And when I filed for disability, I kind of like really screwed myself because the way they do is, they go back over your last couple of years of employment or your last couple of years of your taxes to see, based on what your income is. But when I before I decided to file for disability, I decided to just live off of savings and, try to get medical help first. So I went and spent 3 years just living off of savings and going to doctors and, trying to see if I could get everything fixed without being disabled. And that didn't work. So then I was like, well, okay, now we got to go the route disability. Well, those 3 years I didn't make any money. IRS said, well, the disability board said, well, I guess you don't get any money then. So, like, doesn't have anything to do with my whole life. Nope, just those last couple of years. But, oh, nice little gold. So definitely finding some bigger, chunkier gold in this one. Not too much fly poop. So we'll have to see how it all pans out. That's it. Enjoy it. All right, David. Thank you for being here and being here most of the show. So I appreciate it. Mark Sheldon, welcome back. I appreciate you popping in. So after we're finished with this bag, we will give away the other high grader bag. So and then we will do then I will change out my water and stuff. Then we'll do the Thermal City Paydirt and then give away the Colorado Paydirt. Pizza's on you. All right. That does sound good. I've been thinking this whole time because every once in a while, typical live show with me, at some point we all delved into eating. We were talking about eating earlier. And I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, man, what am I going to have for dinner? Because, if I have a really long show or, I know I'm not going to feel like cooking. I was trying to think what to eat because I was talking about the Sam's rotisserie chicken. I was like, oh, that sounds good, but I can't get one. 8 o'clock Sam's, there's no chicken. So I was even trying to think. I was like, well, what can I run to Walmart really quickly and get that's good? That's not going to take, cooking time. Jose, welcome back. And no fish on chips for me. I'm not a big fan of fish and chips. Fried shrimp po' boy, yeah, maybe, but with some chips, but Let's see. Yep, whole bunch of gold. So this is the tale of two bags. One was El Natural, and the other some added gold to it. I'm almost positive it's added gold because it's all the same size gold and it's not minus 40. So no worries, Rocky. I appreciate that, Brad. Taco Tuesday. See, we don't do Taco Tuesday here. We do Taco Thursday or Taco Friday. And that being is because every Tuesday, I never have my kids on Tuesday. It's the one day I never have my kids. So, but every week I like to make my kids tacos. And I get my kids. So like for this week example, my kids come over Wednesday. I cook dinner for them Thursday and Friday. So Thursday and Friday, we always do Mexican food. We'll change up different tacos, things like that. And this week we're doing chicken quesadillas with lime cilantro rice. And then the next day we're doing just hard tacos and some mangoes. So we generally do Taco Thursday. I am a crawdaddy. That's why but there's no crawfish here. And I don't like fried crawfish. Crawfish just suck the heads, eat the tails, but that's something I've pretty much accepted that my days of eating crawfish are pretty much over, you know. The odds of me going back to Louisiana are pretty slim, and even if you get them shipped, they're just not as good, so. No tacos? Yeah, I don't think anyone's getting any tacos. No. But yeah, probably my two favorite dishes from Louisiana would be crawfish, boiled crawfish, and shrimp po' boys. Those are probably my two favorite things. And then my third, if you had to have a third, would be a hot ham and cheese sandwich on a po' boy bun. And the last two I can make. And every once in a while I do make shrimp po' boys, but it just, you know. My kids don't like shrimp, so it's one of those things that only I can make that it's kind of expensive. Linguine and clam sauce. I do like linguine and clam sauce. I don't eat it too often. I can't tell you the last time I ate it. Well, the last time I ate it, I know where I ate it, and it was a restaurant. It's not something I'm going to cook. When I was in California, when we used to live in California, there used to be this good place, this one grocery store. They used to do you could get clams from them all the time, and they were good. We used to get clams a lot. But that's when, you know, my son wasn't born yet, and my daughter was really young, so we didn't have to worry about what she was eating. It was just baby food. Yeah, they do. They actually have a guy so they have this, there's like a seafood, I guess you'd call it a train, where a guy comes, they start in Louisiana and they go up through all the states, and you can place orders with them, and they'll come, and they do come to Evansville, and you can tell them, like, I want this, but the problem is it's all flash frozen because they can't keep anything fresh for, 5-6 days. It won't be fresh. So, and then it's expensive, so then you're paying like $20 a pound, where you could just get it flash frozen and shipped to you overnight, and it'll cost you like $15 a pound. But it's still just not, once you freeze it, it's just not the same. Ribs and cornbread. I had cornbread last night. I made red beans and rice for the kids with cornbread, which was funny because when I went to take my break earlier, I was like, "Ooh, should I get some cornbread or should I get a granola bar?" I settled on the granola bar. Miss netting fresh. Yeah, that was the best thing. Like in Louisiana, if you lived like near the where all the boats were, you could just go to the boats and buy a bag of crawfish, before they even went to the store. Because you know, if they were gonna sell them to the store for 40, they'd sell them to you for 50 instead of the store selling you for 70. You know. But you know, like I said, I think my days of crawfish are over, and I will just settle for a shrimp po' boy once a year. Maybe that's what I'll start doing for my birthday. Make my birthdays like shrimp po' boy day or something. And my birthday is coming up this month, so if I'm gonna do it, I have to remember to do it this year. So more gold. It's panning pretty easy so far. We'll have to see when we get to that panning. The last pan, all the black sands, because the black sands I think are starting to add up over there. We had pot roast and cornbread Sunday. I do love cornbread. Cornbread is good. Wait, I missed something. Yeah, but we got to stop talking about food so much. I still got 3.5 hours. I need to go. Once we get to the fines, I might have to start eating my granola bar. Sorry, I'm getting hungry. Usually it's not too bad if we talk about eating when I'm doing a live show because I only got to go like an hour. By the time it breaks off into eating, I can okay, I got an hour. I can do this. No, I still got 3 hours to go. Spilled water in my pan. Yep, this black pan's done. There we go. Yeah, seafood is so expensive now. It's just crazy. Generally, everything is expensive, but certain things are, like I said, they're trying to get everyone to do. I think they're trying to make it so it's so expensive that people just start eating essentially peanut butter and jelly, and then they'll be happy eating, plant-based sausage, and plant-based meat and plant-based this and plant-based that. Or whatever. I don't even know if they call it plant-based or whatever, but because like eggs are $4 and $5 a dozen. Meat is getting outrageously priced. Seafood is impossible. You yeah. The one good thing is since my kids don't like seafood that much, it does save me money where they're not like, Dad, can we have shrimp? Like, nope, don't have to worry about that. Chicken and dumplings, that's a good one. Chicken and dumplings is a good one, especially like if you're sick. Oh man, they always tell you chicken noodle soup, but nope, chicken and dumplings is so much better. Yeah. All right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Text. One of the problems where you use your phone for YouTube chat is somebody texted you. All right. There we go. JNV. I know. That's what I'm seeing. Luckily, somebody texted me, got my mind off of it for a minute. But all right, here we go. So this is what we got to work with. That's a lot of black sands. This might take a minute. Let me get my granola bar. Where did I put that thing? And it sucks. I bought they're not really like granola bars, they're like the fruit in the center bars, you know. And those are the ones I like. And my daughter ate those all and left me the other ones that I bought for her. Just out of curiosity. Not too much. Not too much. So I couldn't even cheat if I wanted to with this stuff. Just wanted to see how difficult this area was. You know. But if you're working in an area with lots of black sands, but it's all magnetized, it's not so bad. Smoking is bad, people. Don't smoke. Oh, and by the way, the only good use of a snuffer bottle is to keep jet dry. That's it. Not for picking up gold, but for helping you find gold by putting some jet dry in it. Good for you, 2007. Wow. Paydirt quality. Man. If I ever start smoking again, I'm gonna have to ask y'all where you get your smokes from. I'm paying like $40 cart. Quit 30 years ago. Congratulations, yeah. So, I think so. September 20th is my birthday, so I'm guessing September 19th will be 3 years. I've quit this time. I've quit before. Longest time I quit before was 5 years. This time's been 3 so far. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get on my kids. I didn't even realize my birthday was so close. I'm gonna have to get on that. I want some presents. Think of some chores for my kids to do for my birthday. Paint my house. I actually forgot. I'm gonna have to look and see, make sure. Oh, your birthday's the 19th? Yeah, that's the day I quit smoking because I wanted to quit for my birthday. So I said I'll quit the day before. So my birthday, I'm just gonna sleep all day and then eat a whole bunch of bad food at night. Oh, wait. Did I forget to brighten the camera back up? Hold on a second. I did. There we go. So, I darkened the camera when we were doing the, when I was showing off something or another. So you could read it, and I forgot to brighten it back up so you could see better. Especially with all this black sands. There we go. All right. Stuff's moving slow, but it's moving. And again, thank you to everyone who has been here, hung out with me, especially those of y'all who have stuck around all day while I've been panning. Luckily, you didn't have to see my ugly mug the whole time. Then it would have been real, like, thank yous. But, I appreciate everyone who's been here today. All right. So much black sand, still not really even seeing any of the gold. So I do like black sands. I will say, so generally panning like myself, Tuesday's not so bad. I like black sands. Mostly I like black sands when I'm panning with no camera on because it's relaxing. I can put it down. I can, curse, yell. But when I'm doing reviews, I'm starting to really dislike black sands when I shoot reviews. Which is why I tend to not be doing bags of Paydirt that are like super hard and stuff like that. Because it just takes so long since I want to make sure for a review, I find every speck of gold. I don't want to miss a tenth of gold and give somebody a bad review. So I end up having to pan it so many times and it takes so long. Tuesday shows it's not so bad because, like, if I don't finish, so what? I can just at the end of the show, hey, that's as much as we're doing. But with a review, you can't do that. You just gotta, I just don't like them. I don't know why, Donna. I just don't like snuffer bottles. It's mostly they're just so hard to clean out. They're just infuriating to clean out. Like when I first started doing reviews, I would, fill a snuffer bottle and suck up all the gold for the review, then try to dump it in a thing, and then you'd look and you'd see a little piece of gold there, and you'd fill it with water and shake it and put it in there. And it was just, I would spend 30 minutes just trying to get the gold out of the snuffer bottle. And I was like, this is just horrible. No. So now I just use tweezers and pipettes. That's it. So I have, mostly I use these two pipettes. I have a whole bunch up there, but so this one, anything over that won't fit in here, I pick up with tweezers. And then I scoop up all this, and if I've got really fine gold, I use a smaller one. But that's it. It's so much easier with those. And then one good thing about a pipette is you can actually see. So like when you suck up the water, if you're just holding it like this, you can actually see the gold traveling down the pipette like -40 and -50 and 100 until it's just at the tip. Then you can just boop, boop, there, and all the gold's out. And then all this is just water. So you're not adding that and having to dry it. So I just love pipettes. I think they work so much better. Now, if all I was doing was chunky gold, then I would just use tweezers. So If I was probably out prospecting in a river or somewhere, I'd probably use a snuffer bottle just because it can hold so much. And you're just trying to scoop stuff up to, save for later when you get home. That. Or a fortress. Yeah, you don't want to be listening to my voice while you're getting a massage. Time for an edible. Oh, wait, I'm missing some stuff in chat. See, sometimes when I start talking, I miss stuff in chat. Brad Welch. How's it going, Brad? Thank you for joining the show. I appreciate it. And anyone, if I happen to miss you, I appreciate you being here. I really do. Because again, today is National Suicide Awareness Day. And, I probably am not going to make more people aware of it, really. But, you never know. So, means a lot that people showed up and hung out all day. All right. The water's doing pretty good. I'm really surprised the water's held up. I was really worried about the water today. I even have a full 5-gallon bucket of water at my feet, just waiting to dump in the sink in case I need it. But I might not even need to change the water today. Doing good. Well, that's good, Brian. A lot of black sand, still not seeing any real gold. I mean, I know there's gold in there. It's just still hiding. Try panning and only jet dry. What was I doing? I forgot. I did something recently where I kept adding so much jet dry that by the end my water was so soapy when I went to go dump it out. When I dumped out my sink, it was just bubbles everywhere. I was like, oh my. Jet dry is kind of thick though. I will say I was kind of bummed out, so I went to I needed more jet dry. And I was gonna order some from Amazon, and I was like, and I don't know why I didn't, but I was just like, oh, I'm placing the order with Walmart, for pick up some food. I was like, I might as well just add one with them. It was $5, and it was this tiniest little bottle. I was like, for $5, I could have got like a gallon from Amazon. And I was like, ugh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Brad. Yeah, that's the thing is, a lot of cases there's nothing you can do, but you just never know when that, reaching out to someone that one time might change things. But it's a rough. As I said, in most cases, there's not much you can do because, they don't tell people. A lot of times people just don't say anything. They just find out the next day. And that's why I said it, if everyone just once a week went through their contacts, found one person and just said, hey, I'm going to text them, ask them how they're doing. You never know. If they have to actually think, if you're having thoughts in your head and all of a sudden someone texts and says, hey, how you doing? You might stop and think and say, well, might not change anything, but you never know. You might hear from somebody 10 years later and be like, dude, remember that time you sent me that text? Or, I was getting ready to do something stupid and I'm glad I didn't. So 20 years ago, yeah. Me and my brother, it was 23 years ago, but he was living in California at the time. And just didn't tell him, but he just got a bad phone call from somebody and it upset him, and he just went and. Hey, Mike from the Gold Vlog, how are you today? Appreciate you popping in. We're doing a long stream today to bring awareness to today is National Suicide Awareness Day. So if you didn't know it, now you know. And also, if anyone that's in chat, if I haven't heard it, and most of you already heard it, if you're ever having thoughts and having a bad day, you just need to talk to someone, reach out to someone in the community. If you don't want to talk to somebody that you know, you can always call or text 988 for help. If you don't feel like talking to someone, I'm not a big emotional talk to people. I don't like to share my feelings with people. I would be the person that would just text them. And I have done it before. Like I said, before I got divorced, or right after I got divorced, when I found out, wasn't going to be spending as much time with my kids, I was really bummed. And, I'll call the hotline and ended up checking myself into a hospital for a week and, made my life so much better. So, and that's, it's one of the things is I know most people, you have insurance and you're not feeling good and you're having thoughts, go to your local, go to your local hospital and check yourself in, ask them to, give you a week's worth of therapy. It's not the best. I'm telling you, it's not a vacation or anything else like that, but it might be the ticket that helps. The one I went to mostly dealt with military personnel that had like drinking and drug problems. So that's what most of what we talked about. But a couple of sessions they had that weren't related to that really touched me and, made things better for me. So. And this is the Wisconsin bags right here. This is the end of them. This is the last of the Wisconsin bags. And this is PB Preston is who donated these bags. But this is the last of it right here. We're just cleaning it up right now. And thank you for joining the show, PB Preston. Thank you for sending me some Paydirt to pan out. Really sorry to hear about that, Mark. Yeah. Yeah, I can tell you my sister's passing and my brother's passing really, destroyed my mom. So, it's terrible all the way around. So, Culver Prospecting, how's it going? Thank you, everyone who's joined the show. I really appreciate it. It's been a very long day of panning. We've been here for 5 hours now panning, so thank you very much, Mike. You really didn't need to do that. You didn't. I've been giving away your Paydirt today. We're giving away one of those half-gram bags, and as soon as we're done with this one, we're going to give away the other half-gram bag of yours. But thank you very much. It's way too generous, way too kind. Again, I think everyone should just make sure today, everyone today, if you're here in chat, if you've been putting up with me for 5 hours, reach out to someone in chat and, in your contacts, and just send them a message and ask them how they're doing. You might not think it means a lot, but you never know. To that person, it might mean the world. So, like I said it earlier in the show, about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, John from Wrenches Repairs and Prospecting sent me a text. He said he was having a bad feeling that somebody in the community wasn't doing well, and he was just checking up on everybody. And that's just awesome. I mean, that's what we need more of, is things like that. Someone just reaching out to somebody and saying, hey, how are you doing? Wasn't me. I was actually having a good day, but he sent the message to a whole bunch of people, and it only took him probably 5 minutes, of his time. And you never know. If I would have been having a bad day, I mean, even today, I'm telling you this story now. So that means that's how impactful that one text was to me, is that I'm going to remember that text. I'm going to remember John sending me that text probably forever. So, you never know. You sending some one person a text, asking them how they're doing and making sure they're okay, letting them know. So there we go. PB, Paul, this is a goal. That's what we found. That's pretty good. Now, again, one of these bags did have added gold, I'm guessing, and one did not. You can't really see it, but all the really tiny stuff is stuff that's el natural. John's a great guy. John is a great guy, so. So, all right, we're going to add this to the pile of gold we've already found. And then we're going to give something away. I'll make y'all look at my ugly mug, and we're going to give away another bag of Paydirt from Gold Nugget Sales, another half gram of his high grader. So let's just add this in there. At the end of the day, we will go back and clean this all up a little bit more, because it's got a little bit funky stuff to it. Still got some dirt. But all right, let me make y'all look at my ugly mug for a second. All right, ugly mug time. I know. I gotta torture some people here. Actually, we'll just leave the panning cam on. So that way we can just make it bigger. So, all right. So we're going to give away. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Pan number 2. And I don't know if you can see on my shelves, but I got a lot of high graders. Got one here. Got one here somewhere. Where's that one? Got another one somewhere. Or maybe they're hidden. Maybe I got them hidden somewhere. Oh yeah, I think they're upstairs. I think I got some more upstairs. So got some high graders sitting here. I really like the high grader. Yeah, can't complain. So all right, let's see. Let me open up chat. So here's what we're gonna do. Don't start. Don't start, people. Don't start. Don't do anything. You love my show much more now. No. I need to start remembering to where I put stuff. So, like I got to remember that which side gets covered, because this side I always usually put stuff, so there's nothing there. So, but I do have to email you about something, Mike. Though I think it's funny, but we'll have to see. You might not think it's funny, but we'll have to see. It's something about your high grader. So if I can remember, I'll do it tonight. It probably won't be till tomorrow. I think I'm gonna be kind of worn out today. 8 hours of panning, so we'll have to see. But I do, and also let me write myself a note. There's something I've been wanting to get from you for my shelf, for my actual shelf, see, these, I consider the black ones the shelves of wonder, because those are ones I will pan out eventually, and I wonder what's in them. But the shelves behind me aren't my shelves of wonder, because I know what's in every one of them. 1 gram, 1 gram, 1 gram, 1 gram. So I know what's in them. But there is one I want to add here that's from you, so. But I will email you, Mike. It'll probably be tomorrow. So, funny story about the high grader, and then something else. You think most things are funny? Well, there you go. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do a giveaway. Don't start, people. Don't start. Everyone will get one guess only. You will get one guess only. First person to guess the correct one will win. Now, you cannot start until I type start in chat. Anyone who posts anything before I post start in chat, I've already got it here. I've got the thing here. Anyone who posts anything before I type start in chat that doesn't count. We're going to pick a number from, how many people are in chat right now? From 1 through 46. So you will get one number, 1 through 46, one chance, one guess. That's it. The first person to guess the number right, if everyone guesses and we don't, then we'll start and do it again. So I will say start, and when I say start, it doesn't work. Only when I type start in chat, then you can guess. You only get one guess. First guess gets the number right, and I'm trying to keep this on camera. So this will stay on camera so I can show you. Triple right rock count doesn't count. Doesn't count. No. All right, so here we go. Now, I could penalize you. I know you were trying to be funny, AAA, but I could penalize you and say that doesn't count, and that was your one guess. So don't guess anything until I post start 1 through 46, first person to get the number. But here, hold on. I got to look at the number because I kind of forgot what the number was. Oh, no, now I remember it. I couldn't remember what the number was. I'm like, oh, no. So I'm trying to keep it on camera. So there we go. So you can't say I'm rigging it because we all know I'm going to rig it. So here we go. Start. And see, I posted it. They're all waiting. They're just all waiting, just itching like, No. Number has been called already. PA Patriot, 1 through 45, and you're guessing 61. PA Patriot needs to go back to school. We're going to have math class after this. PA, me and you, after this, I'm going to do a little tutoring. So. No. The number has been called. No. PA, brother. I don't know, brother. There we go. Oh. So, this one is going. Let me double check. I think I said. The Gold Vlog actually guessed the right number. Guessed it too late, though, Mike. You almost won your own Paydirt back. Were you the next person that guessed it? He was. Culver, you sniped. So one Paydirt seller got the bag of Paydirt from the other seller who guessed it. So Culver, you won that one. Yeah. That would have been too funny if you'd have won your own bag, Mike. No worries, Bradley. I appreciate you just popping in for just a little while, and I really appreciate you sending me that bag of Paydirt. We panned it out, had some fun with it, so. Well, at least you guessed right. You knew. It was calling to you. The bag was like, Mike, I miss you. I want to come home, Mike. Here, 21. Guess 21, Mike. And Culver, he was like, oh, wait, what's that? I need this. Yeah, but congratulations. So far, Wiesengeezer won bag number 1, and Culver won bag number 2. Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And look, I got a high grader behind me, too. See, another high grader behind me. High graders everywhere. I don't know what's going on with the high grader. So, we're going to be giving this one away later. This is an old seller. I can't remember. Western Mineral State or something like that. That was the seller's name. westernmineralstate.com. A lot of people used to really enjoy his Paydirt. I really liked his Paydirt. It's really good Paydirt. It is Colorado Paydirt. It's got a third of a gram of gold in it. It's one of my favorite Paydirts, in fact. That's why I had 2 of them on my shelf, but I figure got to give something away today. Might as well give one of these away. So we'll give this one away next. First, though, because we haven't done any real panning yet today. We haven't done anything. Now we're going to pan out this monster. So let's pan this out next. We're going to pan this monster out. Then we'll come back, give this away. So, let's go back to the panning cam, everybody. Autism. How are we doing, Mary? How are you today? All right, let me panning cam, full size, get rid of the ugly mug. Thank you again, everyone, for playing the game. Thank you, everyone, for joining the show, watching the live stream. I really appreciate it. Let me... Well, see, the one thing is I'm kind of worried. I'm trying not to take really any breaks because I am starting to get sore, but I know if I stop, it's just going to get worse. And it's, it's one of those things. Once you get sore and body parts start locking up, then there's no moving. Then you're just done. So I know if I go sit down and lay down for 5 minutes, the show's over. So we're going to try and barrel through this. This is a lot of material. I'm actually going to weigh it up. So give me a second to weigh it up. Let y'all look at some water. Where is my scale? All right, so we got 12 pounds of material to go through. But first, I think I'm going to have to dump out my catch pan because it's probably getting close to full. We're going to go dump the catch pan out again. Was that 12 pounds will fill this thing right to the brim. All right. Yeah. Don't need to add any water or anything. I was going to add some water, but I figured that's enough dirt. It's going to fill it up anyway. An edible? Nah, I don't do any of this stuff like that, but I appreciate it. All right, before I do this though, if you are a Patreon member, make sure you go and read my last post because I am giving away later at the end of the show Jason and Wesley contributed a 6 or 8 inch, whichever one you want, low flow header that they will ship to you, but you have to follow certain rules. And I'm going to read off whoever is entered in it right now. So these are currently who's entered. Let me see. So currently we have David Danderand, Chris B, Ken S, Stephen LeBlanc, Casey Sering, Julie H, Brian Phillips, Weezen Geezer, Alan Curie, Bradley L, Chris W, Jacob E, Clarence B, Reg Lab, Plow Dog, Brad Hayden, Mike the Knight, Dan, PA Patriot, Jeff G, and Stephen Curie. So if you're a Patreon member and you're watching the show and you didn't hear your name just now, you need to go look at my last post and make a post on here. And if you already did make the post in live chat and I didn't see it, post it again so I do see it and tell me you posted it. No. All right, there we go. All right, so now let us Gillen is Dylan's Scottish brother. How do you know about him? Vester661, thank you for joining this show. And anyone, if I missed you in show, I appreciate you being here so much. It's been a very long day. We've been here since 12 o'clock. We've been panning the whole time. We still got a few more hours to panning to go. But. And this bag from Thermal City was donated by Matthew Phelps. He's the guy that made my 3D printed black pan on my shelves. So great guy. It was really awesome. Like, he just told me he was sending me this bag, and it included a really cool pan. So, you know. Pan number 1. Let me see how many pans I can fill up. Pan number 2. And there we go. Pan number 3. So we got 3 pans of this to go through. Let's see how this goes. I really hope there's some gold in this. These are the bags that always worry me. 10 pounds, 15, 20 pounds, and you're like, oh my gosh. I saw, what was it? I recently found somebody that sells Paydirt. What was it? Like 40 pounds. 40 pounds of Paydirt. No guarantee. No, like, we're guaranteeing this. And I was like, oh my God. Could you imagine panning up 40 pounds of Paydirt and not finding it like 1 or 2 pieces? Ugh. Yeah, we'll start kind of slow, see how this is. The creek was much better than being here. I appreciate it. Rustic Redhead, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. You predict 0.56, yeah. When I take a break, I'm gonna pan this for a little while, then I'm sure I'll have to take a break for a minute. I will. I got you down here. Let me write you down, John. And let me see, while I'm taking a break now, let me see if I can find how much you paid for this. All right, it was a $60 bag of Paydirt. So this was a $60 bag of Paydirt. Let's see. All right, I'm just figuring out some numbers. Give me 1 second. And thank you very much, Wrench. Thank you very much. Way too kind, brother. Thank you. All right, so there we go. So yes, this was paid. It was purchased in May for $60, and the gold per gram was 75. So, and Randy Klatt, I'm adding your name now. Hmm. There we go. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. All right, I think. All right. So you're going to stick with that Guess KC 0.56? $75 a gram. Bag costs $60 out the door. Oh, this is some shiny stuff. This is that stuff that has a lot of sparkle added to it, you know? All that fairy dust to make everything shiny. Oh no, out of coffee. No gold so far. Nothing. Pen number 1, nothing. What number bag are we on? We are on. So what we did, MJ's first. Then we did the Miker 15. Great guy on eBay. If you need eBay Paydirt, if you've got a need for an eBay Paydirt, it's Miker 15. Miker 15 bottle. And then we went through the Ozark Bucks. And then we went through 2 different bags from Paul Preston at Wisconsin Paydirt. So what is this? Bag number 6, is that right? So 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so this is bag number 6. I mean, I'm counting Paul Preston as 2 bags because he did send 2 different bags, 2 different times. So, but this is a big bag. This is 12 pounds of material. So, 50% Roy. Yeah. Yeah, so far they've all been really good. I mean, I've enjoyed every one of them. I'd have preferred if the MJ one would have been on my shelf, but you know, you can't do certain, you know, it happens. Bag broke, panned it out, had fun doing it. The Ozark was really fun. I didn't find, and I don't know if Bradley's still here, but I didn't find it as difficult as you said. I thought it was more a medium bag. Not enough black sands. It needs more black sands to be a hard bag, or a difficult bag. But it was still fun. The Paul Preston was fun. One of them you could tell was all original. The other one had a little bit added to it. So no, so the first 3 I did. So I did the Ozark Bucks was 1 gram. The MJ was 1 gram. The Micro 15 was actually 2 gram. That was a 2 gram bottle. The Paul Preston had no guarantee, no nothing. It was just, one was just what he dug up, and one was he added just a sprinkle of gold, no weight. And then this one has no guarantee whatsoever. So. Don't hold me to anything I just said though, Bradley. I'll have to double check the description because you know I've been panning, staring at dirt for 5 hours. My brain's not 100% right now, so I will look it over and I will text you this weekend or later in the week, you know, and let you know. But yeah, so far they've all been really fun to pan out. And I'm still using the original water, so that's pretty good. None of them been absolutely destroying my water, which that was the one thing I was worried about, was that if every one of them were heavy in organics or something, I'd have to spend half my time changing out water. No. Nightbot is just you're supposed to put, you know, like 5 minutes in between Nightbot, but you do what you want to do. Nightbot is really trying to spread the word because today is National Suicide Awareness Day, if you didn't know. It was supposed to be a 4 gram bag. Do you not remember that, Brad? It was supposed to be 4 grams. I see. Yeah, see some gold. So that is definitely not El Natural gold. Those are some big ol' honkers. There's some big ol' honkers right there. That's some eBay nuggets we got sitting over here, boy. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for all you do. You know? Good Paydirt sellers, you know, back in the day, there weren't a lot of good Paydirt sellers. So it's nice having a whole bunch of good ones. So. All right. Enjoy yourself at work, Mike. Nobody's a fed. And we do still have 1 bag left. I don't know if we're going to have time to do the 1 gram. We'll have the last bag, but we do still have that 1 high grader. But it's a big bag. That's like 3-pound bag. So. So we might not have time for it, but I will tell you, I do have scheduled for later in this month a Tuesday that's going to be a high grader day. So I'm going to be going through 2 bags on a certain Tuesday. So I might just throw that one in. If we don't get time to it, then we'll just have an all out high banker day. So this one, if out of all of them, I can't remember who asked, but I think TM. If any of them were play sand, this one would be the closest to the play sand. This one would be play sand mixed with, pixie dust. No. Yeah, I leave Nightbot alone. As long as he posts, I'm happy that he does what he's supposed to. He can, if he wants to post them one after another, then by all means just do that, I mean, I even have it set in there. I even made sure I made that because, no matter what time you set, like if you're asking him to say 3 things, if you do 5 minutes, 10, and 15, eventually when you get to the 30-minute mark, he'll post all 3. But he's not doing that. But also is I put in between to make sure there was at least 5 messages in between so he wouldn't just keep posting, and he did it after just one. So, but Nightbot, you just keep posting and doing what you do. I appreciate you. No. This stuff's panning pretty easy. I always worry about the stuff that's got a lot of, fairy dust in it. But since it is essentially play sand, it's going pretty good. And so far, the 2 pieces of gold we saw are kind of on the bigger side. We'll have to see. I'd be curious to see if I find any really fine gold in this. Yeah, I don't know where HD is. He's probably out and about doing something. He might not be awake yet. He might be working night. No, the only person that can block Nightbot is me. I would just wait and then just send him another message just saying, just checking up. When you get this, send me a message, All right. Oh, one more little piece. We are finding some little pieces of gold, so. We find 1 piece in every pan, we'll be doing pretty good because this is going to be a lot of pans. Yeah, you can block him on your own end, but he's really still posting. You're just not seeing him. He's still posting. You're just blocking viewing him. But the only person that can keep him from actually posting is me. Everyone else has to deal with him. And everyone wants to definitely be nice to Nightbot because we all know he's got the one with the fix in. So he's in the interweb, he's part of the internet. So, when I start pulling random names, who's also in the interweb is that random name generator. So that spinning wheel, all that stuff's on the internet right alongside Nightbot. You don't know. Maybe that wheel's a girl and he's dating her, Oh yeah, did Brian have a premiere tonight? Oh man, I'll tell him I'm so sorry about that. It did not even dawn on me that Brian was gonna have a premiere tonight. Oh man, I'm sorry. That sucked. If I would have remembered, I'd have told everyone just to ignore me and just go play, hang out with him for a while. Oh man, now I feel bad. You haven't seen a message from Nightbot Weason? Hmm. Are you sure it's gold? Are you sure it's gold, Rockhound? Maybe you want to bag it all back up and send it to me. Or PA or Weason. You know, we're always the one. But Brian is a good friend of mine. I like Brian. Brian's a great guy, and he does his premieres right before my live shows. And I totally forgot that, you know, he usually does his premiere, I guess, at like 5:30. Because he even moved him when I moved my show down to 7. When I was at my show at 7, he would start his premieres at 6. And when I moved to 6, he went down to 5. Oh, man, I feel bad now. Tell Brian I'm sorry, Rich. It just didn't even dawn on me that, you know, all day meant overlapping. And Brian's a great guy, everybody. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you do. Indiana Creek Gold. No, I'm not that old. And I don't know that many people, sadly. Most of the people I know from when I was young, before like I moved here, I don't want to know because, you know, that's when I used to not be a good person and get in lots of trouble or, you know, drink too much. That you know, I don't want to be in contact with them. You know. There you go, PA. See, you just got to send it to PA. We know it's like 30-40% of most, maybe 50% of most stuff that's in stuff is all fake now. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it. Guaranteed, at least a good portion of it's going to be fake. Right. Is his premiere still going on? Because if his premiere's still going, everyone go over to Brian's channel. Watch his show for a while. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here panning this same dirt for a while. All right. Is there one piece in here? One piece. There we go. There you go. One piece. I should change out my water. It's just going to mess it up too quick. I can see it. There's no good stuff in here. There's only one piece of gold in each one, so. But here, this is what we'll do. Once the catch pan gets full, so after I do like this pan of Paydirt, I'll dump out the water and add some fresh stuff just so we can see how bad this stuff does to the water. So, because I got this much of the pan to do, and then I still got 2 more full pans. So, we'll be panning this out. Once we pan this out, like I said, we'll dump the water. I'll clean out my thing. I got water right below me so we can refill it up. And then we'll see. Because I know this is going to tear up the water. It just, I don't think it'll be as chocolatey. I mean, you can't see it on camera because, you know, y'all don't have good peepers like me. But the water's not so murky as it is. It's got all the fairy dust in it. It just makes it all like sparkly brown chocolate milk. But it's not too bad. I mean, like, I can still sing. That's it. See the way I do it, PA, is I charge 50%. So if you send me what you think is a gram of gold, I'll tell you 50% is probably fake, which will mean that you really only had a half a gram. But then I get 50% of that. So then you're really only getting a quarter gram. And then that's not really even worth sending back to you. I mean, I got a half gram minimum to ship back. So I just love voice. I've never used it, not once. I have never used voice text. I don't even know how to. No. Is she not a subscriber? So anybody can post? Nobody is blocked. I have absolutely nobody blocked on my chat. Well, one person, but that person's long gone. I could actually probably unblock them. But nobody is blocked. But it is set to subscribers only. So if she goes to comment and it doesn't let her, that means she's not a subscriber. And then if she hits the subscribe button, it still makes her wait 5 minutes. And that's to keep out people that aren't subscribers from spamming and just, someone showing up and posting a whole bunch of stuff. Because then if you ban them and they make a new account, they still have to wait 5 minutes. It gives you a 5-minute reprieve each time. So tell her to check, make sure she's subscribed. And tell her I appreciate the like, though. So. Yeah. No, the only person that's ever been blocked was a bear person. So. Yeah. And that was like right when I first started doing lives, though. So usually I'm pretty good, just because if you add in the subscribers only, it's pretty good. So yeah, we don't want any trolls, especially today. You don't want any trolls. No. Hitting the 6-hour mark. So seen Carol's hair a few times, but that YouTube could have unsubscribed them. YouTube unsubscribes people all the time. So, that's what I'm saying. Unless it's something on YouTube's end, I never block anybody. I mean, there's a lot of people in the community that I'm not a fan of, that I think are scammers and things like that. And I don't block them. They can come and post on my chat. They can post things. I think once you start blocking people or removing comments, that's when things start looking like you're trying to hide something. So people don't have to agree with me or my reviews or anything like that. So I try to make sure that, Nobody is blocked. All I put on my channel is that they have to be a subscriber. Oh, no gold in that pan. No gold. Oh, no. Hands aren't doing too bad. I mean, this might be the real test, this one. Because in the other bags, right when my hands started, like, you know, once my hands started cramping up a little bit, that's when you'd get to the fine gold, and then it's just a totally different movement. You know, it's really slow, and it would give my hand time to calm down. But I've got 12 pounds to pan out now. I think this is going to be the big test. So this is the one I might have to take a break and be like, okay, pan left-handed for a while. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that, Bo. But so far, so good. But I will take a break. Again, after I finish this one big pile of dirt, we're going to clean out the water, so I'll give my hand a break. It's North Carolina. This is a $60 bag of Paydirt from Thermal City. And when this was purchased, gold was $75 a gram. So we've had one guess of like 0.57, which I think it's going to have about a half a gram in it. No. It's not too bad. It's really not too bad. I didn't find a lot of gold there. Thermal City is one of the ones where I've heard people finding some good stuff. I've heard people getting just totally skunked the whole day. You know, that place has been worked a long time. You've got to essentially hit the right spot, the right time after flooding and things like that. So. No. I mean, you got a better chance there than some of the other places like Alabama Gold Camp. You know, that place has been worked and worked. You know. Cresson Gold Mine. Yeah, YouTube will unsubscribe people left and right. YouTube's just a pain sometimes, you know. It's one of the reasons why I have my chat set to subscribers only, is because that way if somebody pops in, they'll know, because, you know, how many times do you look to see if you're subscribed, you know? You just know, Miller Prospecting Tuesdays. So you pop in, and when you go to chat, you'll see that, so. All right, Bob, thank you again, and thank you again for sending me that Paydirt. I really can't wait to get it. I appreciate it, and thanks for popping in. I appreciate everyone who's popped in today during live chat. I appreciate it so much. And again, make sure at some point today you message somebody, ask them how they're doing. You know, today is National Suicide Awareness Day, so, you know, be aware that, you know, not everyone's having a great day, and maybe that one message you send them will make them, you know, think twice about something. No gold in this one either. Uh-oh. No, I even looked on Facebook. I haven't seen him at all around. I'm hoping he's doing good and just, done with, hanging out in the community. He's got other things to do. But no, I know I've had a couple people ask me about him and nobody's seen or heard from him, so. Yeah, the bear who shall not be named. I'm gonna have to go in and unblock him because he's got so many names blocked that if I ever did block somebody, it'd be hard to find them. So I was thinking about Carl the other day. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to double check on Facebook, see if he's been active or something. Mm. Yeah, he was getting old, so he might have just figured he didn't have enough time to get along with life and hang out with Paydirt people. So all right, come on, is this the pan? We get some gold here. This one's got some gold. See, we got two little pieces here. So yeah, back on the numbers. Yeah. All right, well, now we got the honey hole. Yeah, that bear. Hmm. I will say, even though I know a lot of people didn't like him, he was aggravating. He did tip. He was kept asking me to give him a shout out, and he tipped. He threw some money on the channel. So yeah, I will do that. TM, if I remember. Here, let me write it down so I don't forget. There we go. There we go. All written down. Yeah, he liked Paydirt. I don't remember which one he got from me. Might have just been a Tuesday tailings bag or something. But this is a very active community. So, there's a lot of people doing live shows, putting out videos. Safety meeting time. Log out and log back in. Yeah. Because if they're subscribed and it's been 5 minutes, then it's definitely something on YouTube. I mean, unless one of my mods, once I'm finished with this pan, I'll check just to double check because even though I say I've never banned anyone, my mods can. So I will double check and make sure one of my mods didn't accidentally click on ban. But no. How are you doing with the gloves? That's what I did say that earlier. That was the one thing that was worrying me was wearing the gloves for a long time, but they're not too bad. I've been after each bag, I've been taking them off, putting on new gloves. I've been burning through the gloves today, so make sure they weren't a big sweaty mess. I didn't want to have pruned hands at the end of this, so. hands are doing remarkably well considering. I mean, so far everything. My back hasn't started hurting yet, and we only got 2 hours left for the whole stream if we make it that far. But my back hasn't started hurting at all. And my eyes haven't started really hurting. No headaches, because I was worried about, staring at a pan with reading glasses for 8 hours. But so far, not too bad. Hand is the only thing that's starting to give me problems, and who needs hands? So at the end of this show, I will definitely have a very sore hands with some wrinkling from the sweaty gloves. But here, oh, I'm doing this. Here, let me go check and just make sure nobody's blocked. Nope. So I even just unblocked everybody that was on there. I was like, well, they come back. We could block them again. I've never used gloves painting Paydirt, so I suggest it. I think you should, but that's everyone's own choice. So me personally, part of the reason why I'm disabled is I have psoriasis and I have psoriatic arthritis. I have other problems with me as well, but so when I get psoriasis, I do get it on my hands, and I will get lesions on my hand, and because I have two different forms of arthritis, psoriatic arthritis and another one, and the psoriasis, I am on immune system blockers because my immune system is out of whack. It's crazy. It's, my immune system attacks my own joints in my body. So I'm on immune suppressants, which means I have no real immune system, which means I get sick really bad and I get infections really easily. So sticking a hand that has psoriasis and a lesion on it into water where you don't know where it came from, you don't know which bear was pooping in this Paydirt right before it was bagged up, if it was a bear, not a human in Florida with eBay nuggets. So and since I do this all the time, and since I'm panning 2 or 3 days a week, I wear gloves just so I don't get an infection in my hand. And I do need to get something to drink. I need to get my water. I did bring water down here for when my coffee ran out. So let me get that. Let me swap that out with my coffee cup. Aha. There we go. Yes, it explains why I was sick with COVID for a month. Yes. And it explains why I've had COVID 3 times now, even though I've been vaccinated against COVID 4 times. So, which is the whole reason I got vaccinated, was to try and prevent it. So, yeah. So, You know, you just don't know where Paydirt comes from, especially, there's so many sellers out there that, like, oh, I'm selling out of Florida, but this is Alaska dirt. No, it's from their backyard. And do they have 10, pit bulls in their backyard, you know, dropping deuces and somebody's like, oh, yeah, we'll just add that to that bag of Paydirt too. Coffee. Yeah, I would use another coffee, but I don't feel like spending the 10 minutes going upstairs and getting another one, so we'll just drink water for a while. Natural moisturizers. So, yeah, some Paydirt stinks. Yeah, I will tell you, one of my first reviews, right when I started my channel, what was it? It was a channel that was like the Three Alaskans or Alaska Associates of America thing. But I got the Paydirt in and I started panning it. And it just, as soon as it hit the water, all I smelled was diesel. And horrible. It was bad. So I emailed the dude and I'm like, dude, what is up with this Paydirt? It just stinks. I'm like, and he's like, oh yeah, it's our holding pond because, they had to recirculate their water for their sluice. He's like, one of the generators dumped like 100 gallons of diesel in it. So we're just running it. I'm like, dude, he didn't care. He's just selling Paydirt. He didn't care that, my Paydirt was probably 25% diesel fuel, Yeah, that's a lot of sellers are like that too. They don't care, so they don't care what you're sticking your hands in. Thank you, Dean. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, and thank you for joining the show. I appreciate that. If you didn't know, today is National Suicide Awareness Day, and I've been doing a long show to try and bring everyone's awareness to it. If you think you need help, reach out to somebody, or if you don't want to reach out to someone, just text 988 and they will help you. They'll try to give you some help. They'll try and talk to you. And if you are feeling good, if you're having a happy day, look in your contacts, find somebody that you haven't talked to in a while, send them a text and just ask them how they're doing. Tell them, I hope you wish having a good day, something like that. You never know. They might be having a bad day. So, back from another safety meeting, Donna. No, he didn't. They don't mention it. That's what I'm saying. And I don't think I wore gloves at that time. And that's when I just started thinking, well, maybe I should start, wearing some gloves. You just never know what you're gonna find. I've had people find cat poop before. I've seen people in videos find cat poop before in their Paydirt. So, And cat poop has a parasite in it, so every single cat in America has that parasite. I think something like 60% of all people have that same parasite from cats, but you might be one of those people that doesn't. You don't want to get it, So, like I said, it doesn't cost anything. The gloves I buy, I have them on my website, and just every single page has the gloves. I think I pay like $20 for a box of 100. I buy like one box a year. Yes, I am in Central Time Zone. I am in Central. I am in Indiana. Central. Hey, Stanley McFalls, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. Appreciate it. And if you're anyone that is late to the show, currently we've already panned out 5 bags of Paydirt. We're on bag number 6. This is from Thermal City Paydirt. It was $60 for this bag that one of my Patreon members and subscribers sent to me. Matthew Phelps. It cost $60, and gold spot at that time was $75 a gram. So, I think most people are thinking a half gram in this one. Didn't miss anything, just more panning autism. A few people talked about you behind your back, but not really too bad. Right now I'm on hour 6, Jason. How's it going? Thank you for joining the show. Started at 12 o'clock, right on the dot. I was really worried I was going to be late. I was like, oh. I was like, I might be late, you know. Because like I said, I am not a morning person. I'm one of those people that wakes up at 9 if I can, and then kind of strolls around, gets in the shower at 10, and, you know. Yeah, I don't expect too much from this bag. It was donated to my channel. Originally, when Matthew donated it to me, I had been talking about I wanted to do a battle between Thermal City and Croissant Gold Mine. But it is just when he sent it, I had already booked out like the next 2 months. And once something sits on my shelf for too long, I don't want to do a review on it because it's been sitting there too long. The gold spot has changed drastically, and I just didn't have the funds to then go get some Croissant Gold Mine. It was just, so then I was just going to do it for a Tuesday live show, and since today was going to be 8 hours, figured might as well do it today. I was up and waiting for 4 hours. You were up before me then. Yeah, I had to I did a lot of the stuff. Like I made sure Nightbot and everything the night before because I was like, oh, if I wait till that day, I will not get it done. No. And I came down here at like 10 and set everything up, made sure everything was good, filled buckets of water and everything like that. Yeah, I've always been spend a long time working in bars and being up till 2 a.m. It's just, I don't like it, you know. I'm just, when I wake up, I'm sore, my back hurts, my arms hurt, everything, my knees hurt. It takes me a good hour just to get up and have everything not be sore anymore. So, gonna have to recharge your phone. Yeah, so every time I'm taking a break, I'm having to charge my phone in between because I'm using my phone for, chat, so I can keep up with chat. But so far, my phone's been doing pretty good. I was kind of worried it would really drain, but it's not been too bad. But Lucky Strike Saturday. Lucky Strike's supposed to be pretty decent, too. Little batches of clay. Look at that. Either clay or cat poop. So far, I'm going to say I'm starting to wonder about that half gram. So we found like 6 pieces of gold so far. And we're down 1 pan out of 3. So if there's 6 pieces of gold in each pan, I don't know. Maybe one of the other pans has a bigger pile of gold in it. So not much. We gave away the other bag of high grader. That went to, I don't know who won that second bag. James Culver. James Culver popped in, sniped it, left, said he doesn't like us, and then left. And that was about it. Mike from the Gold Vlog popped in for a little while. And now we're just panning out the Thermal City Paydirt. But now we're going to clean this water out. I got $17 back out of my bag. Yeah, so right now I'm thinking it might end up being like a quarter-gram bag of Paydirt, which would be, $20. So we'll see. Hey, David, welcome back. But here, we're going to dump this out. I'm going to clean out this water. I'm going to put some fresh water in here just to see. Because we've been panning this one out in dirty pan. I want to see how it is in a clean water. Did I get any glass containers for my gold? I have so many glass containers for my gold. I only use one though. Well, I use more than one, but I use one to hold my gold. And then I use 4 once I classify it down just for when I'm doing my Patreon Paydirts. Because I don't keep any gold. All my gold at some point goes to somewhere else. I either give it back to Patreon because I have to go through around 15, 16 grams of gold every single month just for my Patreon members. And then if I do have some extra, like if I buy gold from somebody and I have extra, then I sell some Paydirt just to, pay off some bills and stuff. So, all right, let's dump out this water. All right, David. No, that's as good as it's going to get. Put some clean water in there. All right, here, let me add David's name, make sure he's on the list. All right. There we go. David is on the list. Yes, I have, Wesley. I said it earlier. What happened was I was doing a video one time where it was like today, where I dumped my plug, filled the water up, and then I refilled it like I just did. And then, like, an hour later, 2 hours later, I pulled the plug again. And the bucket below it was already full of 5 gallons of water. So the full sink, everything. And I had just pulled it and turned away. And it dumped the whole 5 gallons onto the floor. And that was a mess. So that's why I just moved the other empty bucket underneath so I don't do it again. But yes, I have done it, but only once. So only once. So No worries, David. No worries. So, all right, here we go. This is fresh water. Let's see how this does. Let's see what it does to the water. I should have brought like a little scoop. I got someone's one somewhere, but. See, by the time Bob comes back from eating his T-bone, the water's going to be all murky again. Yeah, and please remember to hit that like button. This video will be archived and saved, and it will be saved underneath this title. So if you like it and thumbs up it and stuff like that, then maybe YouTube will put it in its algorithm and people will watch it and people will be more aware about what September 10th is. So it's just like a really good shrimp, mini lobster, you know. So you have crawfish, which are the smallest. Then you probably have langoustines, which are the medium size, and then you have lobsters. They're all pretty much the same. I don't personally like lobsters. I think, you know, once something gets too big, they just don't taste the same, you know. And see, this is the first one. It's already jacking up the water, so this won't take long. The water's pretty bad. No, I did find gold. First pan from the second. Ooh, what is that? Like 4 pieces? Oh, yeah, 4 pieces, 5 pieces. So there we go. We're doing a little better with this pile. So we got 3 piles. We already went through 1 pile. First pile, I think we found 5 pieces of gold total, and this one we've already found 5. So this might be the pan. This is the pan with the good stuff in it. So. All right. Rich. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. I think Maine lobsters, I think it's just, you know, it's probably because they've been overfishing them for years and years and years. That, you know, it's kind of like chicken. You know, chicken doesn't taste the same anymore. It's because they've been bred so many times and forced to, you know, grow so fast for people to eat them that they're kind of like too chewy. So. Yeah, you definitely, if you want it, certain foods you don't want to eat, like, you know, like I said, I can get crawfish here, but it's not going to be the same as crawfish from Louisiana just because it's going to be flash frozen and then you got to thaw it out. And it just, you know, certain things just don't do well when they're frozen and then thawed out. And crawfish is definitely one of them. So. No, like I said, the only two things I really miss, the 2 things I mostly miss out of Louisiana is crawfish and shrimp po' boys. But I can make shrimp po' boys here, so that will be my birthday dinner this year, shrimp po' boys. I think. I think I have my kids out. My kids hate shrimp, so maybe I'll have a shrimp po' boy and they'll have like fish po' boys or something. Oh no. No gold. No gold. I know. My stomach is actually growling now. So my stomach is actually growling, but that's okay. We only got like an hour and a half left. I don't even know if I'm going to finish panning this out in an hour and a half. I might have to start hustling now. You imagine 8 hours of panning, and I'm gonna have to hustle at some point to say I'm gonna finish something. So, yeah, there's just certain things like if you're in Louisiana, you don't want to go and get a T-bone steak. They do have some really good, steak houses in Louisiana, but that's not what you want to go there for. Because that same steakhouse probably has a branch in Chicago. When you're in Kansas, maybe you get a steak. Kansas, Kentucky, those are the good steak places. You go there to get steak. Texas, steak. Louisiana, you get some type of fish. If you don't like crawfish, get oysters. If you don't like that, get fish, gumbo, something. Never had shrimp, crawfish. I understand because not a lot of people have crawfish. It's you know, but man, shrimp are the best, man. It's like the same thing. I don't understand why people get like certain fish. Like I don't eat a lot of fish here. I didn't eat a lot of fish when I was in the South. But if I did eat fish, it would be from someplace that's like on a coast, you know? Like if you're in California, in the South, Florida, somewhere like that, yeah, eat a ton of fish. You get it a lot cheaper. It's fresh. It hasn't been, shipped all over the country and relabeled 12 times. So, mm. Well, I see some gold. I see another piece. Oh, a couple pieces. What do we got? 4 pieces in this one. This is definitely the mother lode here. We got 4 pieces of gold, and I'm just blowing them out with them. Actually, there's a fifth piece. There's a tiny little piece. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I could deal with cheesecake. Cheesecake that's one of the best desserts. I can't wait till my kids get older and actually get good taste buds and stuff like that because the stuff that they don't like are some of my favorite things. Like my kids don't like cheesecake. I think not like cheesecake. I mean, I can't afford cheesecake too often, but every once in a while I'm like, ooh, let's get cheesecake. My kids, nope. Like we want cookies. So we've done about a quarter, maybe a third of the pan, and the water's already back to the same. So, which is why I wasn't going to clean out my water, but just out of an experiment, I wanted to see how long it would take to jack up the water after Bob's suggestion, and it didn't take long. So, generally the only time I really clean my water, like if I'm panning, even if I'm doing like reviews or something like that, is if it gets to the point where if my pan's like this, I can't see the lip of the pan. So if I can't see the lip of the pan, then I can't see anything that's getting ready to go over that I want to stop. Or, if I see a piece of gold go over, then I know, okay, definitely repan this because, I've just lost some gold. No, usually if the top like half inch of water is clear, then I'm good to go. Oh, there you go, Wrench. You didn't want to come hang out with me? Bring some of that over here. Heck, you can mail it to me. I don't mind. I'll take it 4 days later from Priority Mail. That sounds good. That's what we're doing. My kids are gonna hate me, but that's what we're gonna do: shrimp po' boys and cheesecake for my birthday. So I'll get them a pizza. Oh, no gold in that one. Big clumps of clay. Isn't that the other last Tuesday I was talking about how much I dislike clay? No, at least it's breaking up pretty easy, so it's not too bad. First place you ate alligator? Yeah. I'm not a big fan of alligator. It's too chewy. It does taste like chicken, but it just tastes like chewy chicken. It tastes like chicken somebody overcooked. And you definitely don't want it fried. Like in the South, they try to get you, oh, get a fried alligator po' boy. That's just too, It's just too chewy then. If it was cheap, like if alligator was cheap, then I'd say, yeah, it's worth it, but it's more expensive, than chicken. And it's just chewy chicken. I like even a cheap Little Caesars pizza. I love Little Caesars pizza. People might not like them, but I like Little Caesars pizza. That's my to go. That's my favorite pizza is Little Caesars. If you can get their pan. Unfortunately, the Little Caesars next to me, that's like 3 blocks away, they hate the pan pizza, I guess. So they always say they don't have it. You love lobster, Donna? Or are you just heartened just to heart? Ooh, is that one piece? One piece of gold. So this pan so far has been dealing out the pieces of gold. And definitely thank everyone for their service. And it's one of the reasons, again, why I'm doing this show is, um, the trend for suicide is going up, especially in certain demographics, which are children under 18, older people over 55, and military. So, vets. So, like I said, reach out to someone, say how you doing, stuff like that, because, numbers are going up and that's not good. So, vets helped, protect this country. The older people are the people that built this country, and younger people are the future of this country. So those are like the 3 people that, we need that demographic to, numbers to go down. So. Hey, Culver's back. He must know we're getting ready to give away something else soon. He just came in to snipe out another prize, maybe. So, we're on bag number 6 for the day. And we're probably about halfway through it, so. So I'm glad I saved the high grader for last. So, because we're definitely not going to have time to do the high grader. But I do have a high grader Tuesday scheduled for later this month. So we'll just do that bag then as well. Thought that was gold, but it's not. It's just light little stuff there. It's not gold. So I used to work at a bar a long, long time ago. And the bar, one of my friends happened to work at the OTB that was a couple blocks away. So we used to have this thing where people would come in my bar. They would look at the horses they want. They'd look at, the schedule and all that. They'd tell me, they'd say, put $5 down on this horse. They would give me the $5. I'd call my buddy and tell him, put $5 down on this horse. And he'd say, okay. And then that way, the people could stay there and drink and didn't have to go to the OTB because my beers were cheaper than the OTB. And the guy, he would just pay for it all out of his own pocket. Well, we used to have this old guy used to work in a parking garage, and he was in his 80s, and he would only come bet if they had two horses that were running that were 99 to 1 odds. And then he would bet that they would come in first and second. He would do the parlay. And he would always bet $2 and say, box them, parlay, 99 to 1, both of them. And you don't get that many 99 to 1 running because usually you might get one in one race, but getting two in the same race is pretty long odds, that will even happen. So maybe once a year it would happen. And then he passed. And I remember about a year later, there was a race going on, but it was going on afterwards. And everyone was joking like, oh, look. It was after I was closing and the OT that we should all bet it. And we said, nah. And the horses ended up winning. We all kicked ourselves afterwards because it paid like $6,000 on a $2 bet. It was crazy. And we all knew we should have played it too, but nobody played it. But there used to be the craziest people that used to come in there with all their ways and trying to bet the OTB and how to win, It always makes a long shot with a front runner, things like that. I've never been a fan of lobster, but it might have something to do with that I can't afford it, so. One piece of gold. I wouldn't mind a lobster roll. See, like, I just always found like lobsters with just like butter and just eating them was eh. But a lobster roll, I would deal with that. But I'm a big, po' boy person, so that's kind of like a po' boy. Yeah, like I said, I'm not doing too bad today. I'm really surprised. I thought for sure, but Now ask me tomorrow how I feel. And when I'm curled up on my couch, unable to hold my remote control because my hand hurts so bad. It's all for a good cause today. It's all to bring awareness. So, No, I can't pan left-handed. I've tried it before and I can't do it. Ooh, a couple pieces of gold in this one. These are some flat little pieces. But the water's still the same. You know, as long as it sinks, I'm fine with it. You know. And you probably can't see on yours. Let's see. Here, I'll show you when I can't see the pan anymore. Like this part, this edge of the pan, when I can't see this anymore. It's about there. So, well, it's not too bad. I will do that, Wesley. I'll send you an email as soon as I pick the winner. So as soon as we finish panning this out, we got this much left. And then we got another full pan. We'll finish panning those out. And then depending on how much time is left after that, we might clean up the gold we found some. Just make it nice and pretty. But then we're going to do the 2 giveaways, and I'll send you the info. Be safe, brother. Some little cat treats. Get rid of those. Squish up these little cat treats in case they're holding any gold. Yeah, see, I don't mind. Like I said, I don't mind dirty water. Dirty water, like I could literally walk away, come back in an hour, and this would pretty much be settled down. It's organics. Organics is the one thing that just drive me crazy about Paydirt. I mean, I know it's organic, so it should be in Paydirt. It's just the one thing that will, which is why I saved the high grader. Because I knew if I put the high grader in here, it's got a lot of organics in it. It would just trash my water and I'd have to replace it. And the worst part about it is, since this is a sink, getting organics off the side is such a pain in the butt. You know, if this was just like a bucket I could take outside and hose off, it'd be okay. But, you know. What's up, Awkward Donkey? How's it going? No gold in that one. Heck, this show might go on past 8. I don't finish this up pretty quick. I'm gonna have to make sure. Let's see what time my pizza place closes. All right, Weezen, we're gonna be here for a while. We've been here for like 15 minutes already, so we'll be here another 15. Get in my belly. In my belly. All right. Ooh, one little piece. Finding that gold. A little bit at a time. All right. Pan number 2 is down. We got one more pan. One more full pan to go. I don't know if this dirt is worth anything. Once you take the gold out of it, it's pretty much worthless. Even though I won't say that because I do save some dirts. I do save some dirts. In fact, I've saved all the high grader dirt I've gotten. I've saved the garnets and gold dirt I've got, but I'm just going to take the garnets out and throw away the dirt. And Australian dirt. Whenever I get Australian dirt, I save that dirt. I save it separate than everything else. I dry it out, put it in a tote. Yeah. That's awesome. But is it real gold? Is it real gold, Jeremy? Do you need to send it to PA to be verified? Oh, that's a happy birthday, Mary. Happy birthday tomorrow. See, the best people have birthdays in September. My birthday is on the 20th. Oh, the 18th. So Mary's is on the 18th. Whose was it? David's that was on the 19th? And mine's on the 20th. There you go. Yeah, no gold. All right. Pile number 3. Let's start getting through this. I know, Reg, I'm dying for another cup of coffee, but I'm running out of time. If I go spend 10 minutes making a cup of coffee, that's 10 minutes I'm not panning. And I want to make sure I get through this stuff. And again, thank you to everyone who sent me Paydirt to do in today's show, which was Matthew Phelps sent me this. He didn't send it specifically for this show, but he did donate this to my channel. I just kind of commandeered it and made it for this today. Miker15, an eBay seller. I will put his link up later. Bradley from Ozark Buck, I will put his link up as well. Thank him very much. Thank you to Mike at Gold Nugget Sales for the 2 high grader bags that he sent me to donate. So that was awesome of him. Thank you to everyone who's been here all day. People have donated today. Thank you all very much. Thank you to everyone who listened to me and actually went out and text somebody from their list today. Thank you very much for that. And thank you to everyone who's been hanging out with me here all day. Hey, Daniel, thanks for joining the show. In Search of Gold, how's it going? Mm-hmm. Thank you to Wesley and Jason for donating a Smooth Flow header to one of my Patreon members, which I'll be giving away later. Ugh. Hands are covered in mud, and I just went to go scratch my ear. There's been a whole bunch of mud in my ear. It's been a long day. Your daughter's is on the 19th too. Well, there you go. See, definitely September, the best month, man. Definitely. Two pieces. 28th. Now everyone's gonna say their birthday is in September to try and be cool like us, man. Sun's on the 8th. Mine's the 30th. There you go. See? Telling you. If you weren't born in September, you might want to look at some things. Oh, Reg. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Reg. And I'm just teasing. Yeah, even though September is the best. Yeah. Yep. Definitely on the going downhill. uh, I told my doctor the last time I was there, I was like, yeah, this is the part where, you've been riding up your bike your whole life, riding up that hill. And now's the part where you're going downhill and pieces keep breaking off the bike. you know, I lost my brakes last year and I'm just flying down the hill now. It's like, what piece is going to break off my bike now before I hit the bottom? Yeah. Be 50. Yeah, I'll be 56. Ugh. Yeah, In Search of Gold. YouTube's absolutely horrible about sending notifications. I figured most people would probably. I've been live for 7 hours now. I figured most people, if they just found the show, it'd be because they just went to YouTube, and YouTube would be like, "Oh, look who's live," And you'd be like, "Oh, wow, he's been live for a while." There's no worries. I appreciate everyone that popped in at any point today. I appreciate it. Anyone that pops in today now knows that September 10th is National Suicide Awareness Day. So, Nightbot will tell you a whole bunch of stuff at some point during the show because he likes to say stuff. Nope, still here, Ortiz. Still just panning. Nothing's changed. Did miss a couple times where I made people look at my ugly mug, but that was about it. But that's the part that, you don't really want to see anyway. But we're almost done. We're down to the last bag, the last pan. Or not the last pan, but the last pile. The last pile of dirt to go through. So clean that up, and then that'll be about it for the day. Then I'm going to order a pizza, curl up on the couch, watch some TV. $45 in chat. 61, there you go. I will say I did get lucky today that it wasn't a lot. Like, see, if this 12-pound bag, if this would have been like half black sands, I'd have been done. So I didn't get really a ton of black sands because, not only is it pain to pan out, but it's heavy, So So when you got a pan full of black sands versus blondes, your hand will notice the difference. So. Hey, yes, Rip, how's it going? How are you tonight? Hopefully you're doing good. That's it. Yeah. Short term stuff, nope, I'm not good at. That's why, like, half the time, if you're watching my live show, I'll say, "Hold on, let me write that down," because I know as soon as the show's over, anything I said I was going to do, I forget. So I have to write it all down. I'm surprised anyone besides me has been here 8 hours. I thought for sure people would pop in, say hi, go do something, come back, say, "Oh my God, hi again." No, especially panning. I mean, I did not make y'all suffer and look at my ugly mug for 8 hours. No, it is panning, and we did see some gold. And we're going to see a big pile of gold in a few minutes. If I could hurry up and finish this stuff off. Ah, cold's no good. Everyone needs a prize that's been here. Steven is entered. He is entered for the sluice header, so he's in there. Yeah, my watch hours are definitely going to be up this month. Yeah. More gold. Oh, that's awesome, Beerman. How's the store doing? I looked at your website probably like 2 weeks ago. I had it in, I was looking through my bookmarks and I was like, hey, let me check out and see what he's in that got. See what your daughter's made to add to the store. I'm in 3 chats at once and filming a video. Yeah, see, that's the stuff. See, I can't do that. I can't multitask. Like, this is about the level of my multitasking. Panning and reading chat. That's about it. That's maxing my brain out right there. And I probably miss half a chat. Yeah, make sure you hit that like button. If you're in chat, make sure you hit the like button because, YouTube hates me. And if they see people have been liking my video for 8 hours, maybe they'll start to like me again and be like, oh, wait, what about this Dylan guy? He is ugly, but man, 8 hour stream and people liked it. Yeah, that's one of the things. If you have something that, involves kids being around it, school time is just, that. And, once school starts, like right before school starts, as parents stop having money for stuff because they know they're going to have to buy a whole bunch of, school clothes and stuff like that. So let's dump out. The pan is getting kind of full. Gold in there. We'll find out how much in a few. Hmm. Definitely needed coffee for this last hour. I'm gonna go make, as soon as we're done with this show, I'm gonna go make some coffee and order a pizza. Oh yeah, that is tonight. Yeah, that is right after this. Yeah. Why'd you have to go and remind me? Well, good thing I'm gonna be too tired to watch it or look at the news, so I won't have to worry about that until tomorrow. So nap's over. Well, there you go. Hopefully it was a good one. I do love a good nap. Getting there, getting there. I know. I was supposed to be there. Some reason they didn't invite me and they didn't invite you. It's all rigged. So doing the pregame. Oh yeah. Because that's what I was trying to make sure. I looked it up yesterday because I was like, oh, what time is it? Because I was like, I didn't want it to overlap with my show. Because I was like, well, if it's going to start at like 7, I'll end my show at 7 because I didn't want it overlapping. Mm. Yeah. Mm. I will say, though, you will know 100% if I am ever truly running for presidency because as soon as I put my name in and some billionaire gives me all that money to try and pass whatever laws whatever billionaire wants at that time, I'm going to buy a ton of Paydirt with all that money. That's all I'm going to do, just buy Paydirt. Be like, Dylan here, standing on a mountain of Paydirt, has decided to run for president. What are your policies? Pan Paydirt, pan Paydirt. I'll build my house out of bags of Paydirt. uh, I'll be like the Ross Perot of Paydirt running for president. All right, so let me post it, say this now. I was going to try and wait till the end so I could do it, but I am kind of running low on time. If you are a Patreon member and you join this show late and you have not already, make sure you go look at my Patreon, my last post, so you can enter to win a low slow header, either a 6-inch or 8-inch that was donated by Wesley and Jason over at Flower Gold Wizards. So make sure you do that because we're going to, as soon as we're done painting, we're going to give that away, give away the last bag of Paydirt. I think everyone, I haven't really seen too many people in chat that haven't already put their name in there, but I will read off the names in a minute just so in case. That's it. Yeah, that's totally what I do. Like, so, you got to do fun things. Like, so the big scam for running for any political office is your book. So that's the big scam. In case anyone doesn't know, and I don't like to talk politics, but the way it works is, you can't sell things or do things, but the way that a politician, if somebody donates money to me, so if somebody gave me $100 and said, Dylan, this is for your political career, I can't spend that $100 on me. I can't. That's got to go for commercials and stupid things like that. However, that $100 can buy my book that I can then give away. So now I just made $100 because it went to me and it bought a whole bunch of my books. So I would just do that, buy a whole bunch of Paydirt of mine that I just did. I'd become rich. That $1 billion would buy $1 billion worth of Miller Prospecting Paydirt. And then I'd give it away at all my things, Nobody's going to give everyone a pan and a bag of Paydirt. They're not going to care what my policies are. But that would be it. You get a bag, you get a bag. And the other person that's running, they'll be giving away books. Here's my book, How I Became Rich. I'll be like, get some gold. All right, here, let me write you down, Josh, and I'll read everyone's name while I'm doing this. Oh, we got this break. So right now on the list, we have David Danduran, Chris B, Ken S, Stephen LeBlanc, Casey Sering, Julie H, Brian Phillips, Weezen Geezer, Alan Curie, Bradley L, Chris W, Jacob, E23, Clarence B, Reg Lab, Plow Dog, Brad Hayden, Mike the Knight, Dan PA Patriot, Jeff G, Stephen Curie, Rent6381, Randy Klatt, David Desautez, and Josh Ortiz. So if you're not on that list and you are a Patreon member, you need to go to Patreon, look it up, or post on here and tell me, I already did it, Dylan. You ignoring me. Mike at GNS, yeah, he'd be my economic advisor. No, I thought that was a big piece of gold, and that it's not. It's like a flat rock. Ugh. All right, Mark, let me write you down. All right. No, you don't. You just have to leave the comment here. If you look up and you see Mark Sheldon, you can kind of guess what you're supposed to do. You have to leave the comment here. It's just the rules were there. So just look at Mark Sheldon right above you. So just post what Mark Sheldon did, but put your name. Peyton would do. No, not that one. All right, home stretch here. And again, we'll also be giving away the bag of Western State Minerals. Paydirt. All right, you have a great one. Safe flight again. It was Wagyu tallow. He just baked the fillet in the Wagyu tallow. You got to pay attention to these things when he's talking about doing something good. Thank you. Thank you very much, SJ. Thank you very much. Yes, the low flow, the header is only for Patreon members, but the bag of Paydirt is not. The Paydirts I've been giving out has just been people for the live show today, for just hanging out with me. So we've already given away 2 bags of Paydirt, and we still got 1 more to give away, and that'll just be to somebody that's hung out. So, but because it's a low flow header and it's kind of equipment, we wanted to make sure it'd go to somebody that's going to use it. We wanted to make sure it wasn't just some random person that showed up. I got your name down, Steven. You're on there. I don't know if you're a Patreon member, Alaskan Assassin Adventures. I got you down, James. I said your name. Didn't I say your name, James? Well, maybe not. Everyone's name is going to be kind of jacked up looking because I'm trying to tap and my hands are wet and I'm trying not to destroy my laptop. So I have no place to pan. Just not your sink. Any bucket or anything will work. My first, I actually still have it. So my first probably, what was it, 5 years on this channel until I built my first studio in here. So about 5 years. Was all just out of a Walmart tote. And I still have that tote to this day. It's sitting in the other room outside of my studio. I use it to hold all my pans. And that was it. Just a $5 tote I got from Walmart one day. It was about the size of a sink. I said, yeah, I'll use that, you know. How to get in the last bag? I will tell you, it will be something that will do a live drawing rate when I do it. So the last two, we've had people guess numbers. So I'll tell you how once we get to my ugly mug. That's the punishment. If you want to win the bag of Paydirt, you have to look at my ugly mug. So we're out of Paydirt. That's it. This is the last of it. The last little bit. Yeah, that's it. $3 plastic bin. That's how everyone starts. You just get, if you watch John R. Prospect, I think he's still doing his in a little bitty. This sink that I got here was my huge upgrade. This was when I wrote a list of things I wanted for my studio. The big thing for me was a sink. You know, like I'll spend $100 on a sink. So I don't have to sit there and be carrying a tote full of water around. I can just drain it into a bucket and carry the bucket around. You were supposed to post it here, Jason, but it's okay. I already put your name's on the list. Your name's on the list. Is Charles here? Hey, Charles, how's it going? Thank you for joining the show. And Charles, we are doing a giveaway that was donated by Wesley and Jason from Flower Gold Wizard for a 6-inch or 8-inch header. And if you want a chance to win it, check out my last post on Patreon. All right. Matthew Phelps. Yep. Still going through it. This is the last. This is it. This is the Thermal City material here. This is the last that we're about to see how much gold's in it. If you are a Patreon member, you must post your Patreon name so I know who you are and they can't come back and say, like, I pulled KB. KB could be anybody. You have to at least post your full first name and then your last initial. If you don't want to put your full name on here, on my Patreon, kind of let some of them slide because I know some of y'all, and they don't have any similar people. But like I have 2 Patreon members named Josh. So if one of them just posted here and just posted Josh, the other one could claim, oh, that was me. I won, you know, or I saw I won. So please, we're going to do the giveaway in like 10 minutes. If you want in, post the hashtag you're supposed to. Post your name that shows up on Patreon. Because I know some people's usernames here are different than their Patreon names. So it lets me know which is which. I've been here 8 hours. My mind can't function properly. Make it easy on me. And again, thank you everyone for joining the show. I really appreciate everyone coming to hang out with me, especially those of y'all who have been here all day. That's crazy. I couldn't deal sitting in the same place for 8 hours. Y'all are mad. Jason, way too kind, brother. Way too kind. Thank you, Weezen. Thank you very much. I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate everyone who popped in. I appreciate everyone who's just lurking and didn't post messages or anything. Just appreciate it all. This is a very important day to me. It's meant a lot to me to have people show up and hang out. So I will say, Refocers, it's kind of funny. Every time you post that, the first time I read it, I read it as message. And I'm like, so he got a message, and because I'm talking, the message is weird. I'm like, why did the message become weird? And it wasn't until I double looked at it, I saw a massage. And I was like, okay, that makes more sense. Brian Phillips, I appreciate it, brother. I've been here most of it. I did leave a couple times to go get coffee and snacks, but I've been here most of it. So there we go. This is what we got from the bag. I don't know. I'm guessing it's less than a half a gram. I don't know. What? Here, now let's show you all the other gold we found. We're going to clean it up a little bit, maybe. There's a lot of fine gold in here. It identifies as a half a gram, yeah. No. No bathroom breaks yet. No. Like I said, that's all coming. I'm only gonna be here 30 more minutes. I only had 1 cup of coffee though, so I haven't really had too much to drink and I haven't had anything to eat, so but there you go. Nice pile of gold. I will take pictures of it. I did write a note to take pictures of it. I will post that on Patreon, and then I'll put a link to that on the community page because I hate the pictures that you're allowed on YouTube. So doing it in my bathroom. Yeah, everyone didn't know my studio is actually in my bathroom. I did have to change out the toilet seat when I first built the studio into one of those really soft, cushy ones. So, and if you heard any water in the background, it's a bidet. All right. All right, Charles King. All right, Charles, adding you in now. Then we're going to go over the list, make everyone look at my ugly mug in a second. Just give me 1 second. My hands are feeling a little bit pruny right now, being in the gloves. So, all right. Let us. Now everyone has to look at the ugly mug. There we go. We'll leave that up there for a while. So, all right. So, first off, let me get something. We will do the last bag of Paydirt giveaway. And then we will do the Patreon giveaway, since I have to do a number thing. So, but before I do that, let me read off all the names on who is on the Patreon list. So again, if you are a Patreon member, Jason and Wesley over at Flower Gold Wizards donated a 6-inch or 8-inch, whichever one you want, low flow header, and they will ship it to you. But you must post something based on my Patreon, and I'll tell you it's the hashtag people have been using plus your Patreon name. So I'll read off who is in this already. David Danduran, Chris B, Ken S, Stephen LeBlanc, Casey Sering, Julie H, Brian Phillips, Weezen Geezer, Alan Curie, Bradley L, Chris W, Jacob E23, Clarence B, Reg Lab, Plow Dog, Brad Hayden, Mike the Knight, Dan P.A. Patriot, Jeff G, Stephen Curry, Wrench, Randy Klatt, David Desautel, Josh Ortiz, Mark Sheldon, Jason G, James Culver, and Charles King. So that's everyone that's entered. If you are not on that list, if you didn't hear your name on that list, then you've got a few minutes, but show is gonna end soon. But all right, how many people do we have in live chat? Let me go check that out. Current viewers. All right. Yeah, piece of paper. There we go. And we will write this. All right. All right, let me open up chat, make sure everything. There we go. Did I miss you? Here, just post it again so I can. Let me see. Here, give me 1 second. Let me see. Mm. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Red Man. See, that's why I didn't know what you posted your initials, and remembering people's initials that are different than their usernames is just not gonna happen. I will never remember that. So many people change their names on here so often. MJ and IRL goes to OnlyPans, goes to only MJ, goes to Pans only, you know. So Redman I knew, and I don't know why it just wasn't clicking. Again, I've been here 8 hours. That's why I did this, was to try and make it I wouldn't forget stuff, but thank you. Mega Millions is near $1 billion. Maybe, oh man, I have to get one of those. Oh. But all right, let's do the Paydirt giveaway. We're giving away, this is a bag. It's from Western State Mineral. It used to sell Paydirt. They don't anymore. Or I haven't looked in a while, but they stopped selling a while back. So this is 1/3 a gram of gold, and 1 in 75 bags contained 1 gram of nuggets. Now, I've panned out probably 3 dozen of these bags, and I've never gotten the 1 gram, so who knows? Maybe this one has it. Now, do not post anything yet. Do not post anything that, until I say so. We're going to do numbers. You only get 1 guess. 1 guess of a number. You cannot post it. If you post it before I post start in the chat, I will post start in chat, then you can start guessing. If you guess before start, that's your chat, and it doesn't count. So even if you guess the right one, it doesn't count. So here, let me make sure I got the number so I can see it. So I will hold this here so y'all know the number is there and it won't be that. But as soon as I post start in chat, you can guess from 1 through 55. You only get 1 guess. If nobody guesses it after everyone's had their guess, then we will redo it again. But everyone gets 1 guess. We'll see. So there we go. Posted start. It's for the 1/3 a gram of gold. See if anyone gets it again. 1 through 55. And somebody picked the right number. So there you go. Hold it right there. There we go. So there we go. First person to pick it, let me double check. Let me just look through there before I say their name, is Gentleman Prospector. So Ken won the genuine Colorado bags. And these were fun. This is actually Colorado material. These were always fun. He used to be one of my favorite sellers to buy from. They were like $30. It was always a really good ROI. So Ken, you win bag number 3. So there you go. So now all we need to do is, let's see, did anyone else even get to that? Nope, nobody. You're the only person that guessed a 40 too. So there you go. So, well, you won, Weezen. Well, typically I never do it like this, and I won't ever probably do it like this again. So I like the hidden video and stuff like that. It gives people all day while I'm panning to do it. I just didn't want to do it for this video because I would have had multiple hidden videos and would have been confusing. This is just as confusing, but not as. So, but we're still going to give away the low flow slews to one of my Patreon members. But before we do that, I do again want to thank everyone who showed up for today's show. Today is a very special day for me. It is National Suicide Awareness Day, and Suicide Prevention Day. All these things. Today is a good day. So to just make sure you contact somebody. If you need help, reach out to 988. Well, what was your guess going to be, Jason? If it wasn't 40, it doesn't matter. No. You just doubled Mama Bird's age? Well, there you go. There you go. That's why you're still married. Well, say you wouldn't have won, so it didn't. I couldn't change the number mid-thing, so that's why I had the number up there the whole time. And I wasn't even going to do 14. Originally, I was going to do 33, and then I said, nah, I'll do 40, so. So, but all right, let's get rid of the pan. And thank you again to everyone who sent me Paydirt. You know, Mike over at Gold Nugget Sales, who sent me these 2 high graders to give away. He also sent me a 1 gram bag to go through, but we just didn't have time for that, so we will go through it again. Paul Preston sent me the 2 bags from Wisconsin. Thank you very much for that. Let me see if I still have it open. Bradley from Ozark Buck, he sent me the 1 gram bag of Paydirt. Make sure you go check him out. If you're not already a subscriber, he just started posting videos. So he only has like 40. He had 42 subscribers as of today. Go over there, subscribe to him. I know it'd mean a world to him. Subscribe to everyone you know. It means the world to everybody. And, like I said, today is all about helping people and being there for people. So go subscribe to Bradley over there. And then lastly is Miker15, Mike over at eBay seller, Miker15. He was on my half gram battle, and he is probably one of the best Paydirt sellers on eBay. So let me get his link. So just in case, I don't think he has anything for sale right now because he is on vacation. He's in Alaska right now. Yeah, he's in Alaska, but I will put it on here and you can bookmark them for if you ever want some good eBay Paydirt, if you're just jonesing for eBay Paydirt. Or if you're like me and you sell something on eBay, then you're stuck with money on eBay, you can say, well, I'll just buy something with it. So, but thank him for sending that. That was really awesome of him. And then Matthew Phelps for sending me the Thermal City Paydirt. And when he sent me that, he also sent me this pan, which is awesome. It's my favorite pan that I will never use. So thank him very much for that. So oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Ken. Yeah, he said he did leave the show because he was having internet problems with it. So he went and got went panning looking for gold. So thank you, everyone. So thank you. And again, if you're a Patreon member, you don't need to stay to the end. I'll just tell Wesley who won. But here we go. Let's say goodbye to the gold. Thank you for that. Let me make sure that's working. All right. And we're just going to do the Patreon giveaway. Let me get everyone's name. So, all right. Let's shrink down my ugly mug so we can do this. No, that's not my ugly mug. That's something else. All right, there we go. So here we go. Let's shrink down, and there we go. The Miller Prospecting website. And again, the newest video, Gold Paydirt Battle with Gold Nugget Sales. And this was 6 of his bags of Paydirt. These were all his 3 gram bags. And I will tell you, if you haven't watched that video yet, 2 of those bags are very underpriced. And even Mike's comment said that he knew they were underpriced, but he got that gold cheap. And the next time he buys some gold, it probably won't be that cheap. So he's going to probably raise the prices on those bags of Paydirt. So you need to watch that video to see which ones you need to stockpile now, because 2 of those bags are well worth buying because you will get some really good gold out of them. So the Gold Baron Paydirt, if you haven't seen that, but here we go. Wheel names. It's too late. If your name's not on here, I apologize. So nothing I can do about it. But shuffling some names. Let's pick a name. You don't have to contact me or do anything. If you're here or not here, I will just send the info to Wesley, but I will message you on Patreon to let you know you won, just in case you're not here. And make sure it's okay that I send them your address. So here we go. Shuffle, 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 spin. Good luck, everyone. And thank you for being a Patreon member, supporting me, doing stuff so I can have these Tuesday shows, which now led to this. Is it Ken or KC? KC. That was a close one. I thought it was going to be KC in for the... originally, I was like, oh, that's an easy win for KC. But then I thought, I don't know. Looked like Ken was trying to steal that at the very end. But KC Serang, congratulations. And I don't know if you're still here, KC. Do you want the 6-inch or the 8-inch header? Or do you want time to think about it? So, if you need time to think about it, just let me know. 8-inch? All right. And you don't mind if I give them your address to ship it to you, right? Because I will send it off to them later tonight and they can ship it to you. So, actually, I'm not going to say that. I will send them your information tomorrow because I think I'm going to be dead after this show. I think I'm going to go lay down and eat a pizza and drink some coffee and just vegetate. I probably won't open my computer or use my mouse for the rest of the day. So, but congratulations to Casey. Thank you everyone again for coming to the show and hanging out with me today. It meant a lot to me. So this is a show I wanted to do last year and I kind of didn't, and now I did it and I'm really happy I did. So, yeah. But I'm going to let everyone go hang out with somebody else. Make sure, again, once a week, once a month, just send somebody a message on your contact list. Ask them how they're doing. Just say, hey, how you doing? Was thinking about you, whatever. Just, it's really important to stay in people's lives and stay, just say something to them every once in a while so they know, things aren't as rough as they might think it is. So, but all right, Casey, I will send him that information. Like I said, I'll send it to him tomorrow. I might have told Wes I was going to send it tonight, but I'll be a liar about that. It's not going to go till tomorrow. So, but I will post tomorrow. Also, tomorrow I will post on Patreon and then my community page. I will post links to the pictures of the gold. I will dry it all out, clean it up, take some pictures of it. Especially since there did look like there was a couple pieces of really tiny specimen gold in the Micro 15 bag. So we'll do that. So, and then Saturday, I don't have a video coming out Saturday. This is my week off Saturday. So the next time you'll see with me will be next Tuesday. I don't know where we're panning next Tuesday, but we'll be panning out something Tuesday. Definitely not 8 hours worth of material. It'll be like a good 2 hours, solid 2 hours of panning. That's it. Nothing more out of me next week. But I'm done panning. I'm not going to pan anything out until next Tuesday, except for clean up a little bit. But so yeah, no video Saturday. Next one will be next Tuesday. I will be doing a live show. We'll be hanging out, panning again, but just not as much of it. So thank you very much, Ken. Thank you very much. And again, thank you to everyone who is here hanging out with me. I can't believe so many people stayed the entire day. So, all right, folks, you're going to do the diamond dirt. That's good. I will definitely be there. So if for some reason I'm missing it, send me a message. Let me know. So, or send me a message later after the show and tell me about what times, just so I can put an alarm on my phone so I know. No, but all right, everyone, have a great one. Stay safe. If you ever need anything, reach out to somebody else in the community, or worst comes to worst, 988, just text them. But I'm out of here. Thanks, everyone. Have an absolutely great week. Hopefully everyone finds a lot of gold, and I will see you all next Tuesday.